Yes,
See,
but
we're bigger celebrities than you thought.
are. But yes, absolutely, we should have tea or coffee or something
Yes, yep.
sometime soon.
We're having tea here with Gina, so she already prepared us a Scottish tea. Scottish
Great.
tea,
Can't
lovely.
do without tea.
Okay.
I feel like the curtain is going to open.
We have someone in the waiting room, but it looks like it's a phone
I
name.
think I think we've got I think we're ready to go.
Okay. Great. Well, Twins and Bill, whenever you're ready, if you'd like to introduce us. Everyone but the Twins and Bill, please mute.
Good morning. Hi, welcome to the Portsmouth Hymn Sing. Now, this is Pamela Finkel, Susan Wachtelhausen, and Bill Dunlap. Now, the two of us are commonly known as the Heavenly Twins. We got that nickname from Stan Hugel many, many years ago. And
We did.
And we've embraced it. And we like people to know that twins are God's way of saying buy one, get one free. So you do have the two of us here right now. Now, Susan and I always try to think of a theme for each of the hymn sings that we moderate. And this one was kind of a dual theme. We certainly would like to refer to this as a reunion because many of us haven't been together for a long time, and hopefully next year we will.
And my thought is also remembrance. So when people choose to sing, I'm going to make this perfectly up to you. But because we have lost many people that we've loved in our community and people's lives, if you would like to name a person for who you are singing this song, you're singing for everybody, but perhaps you could just name somebody you would like us to remember. Just a brief name or word about that person. A quote that I like that applies: music unwraps the heart, sings out the prayer, dances the spirit, and opens the soul.
And it's astonishing when we think about how many people are in our lives just because of music, and especially this music. Now, Bill would like to open up our session with a song for you. So please welcome Bill Dunlap.
Hi. Nice to be here. Thank you all for coming. I tend to think of maritime hymns as falling into three different categories. The pure prayers for sailors, of which there are several that get sung regularly at these programs. And then the hymns that show up in churches on Sunday morning that use the sea or sailors as metaphors to get a religious point across. And then there's the other category, which is essentially boundless and pretty much as boundless as the idea of folksole songs. Any songs that sailors or people on ships would sing, and obviously they could sing anything they wanted to. So I'm going to start off with the mother of all prayers for sailors, or maybe I should say the father of all prayers for sailors.
Mother/father.
The United States Navy used to be a pretty Christian organization. It's still a religious organization, but no longer as explicitly Christian as it was. And so you don't usually hear the last three verses of this song. Eternal Father, strong to save, whose arms doth bind the restless wave, who bids the mighty ocean deep its own appointed limits keep. Oh, hear us when we cry to thee for those in peril on the sea. O Christ, whose voice the waters heard and hushed their raging at thy word, who walked upon the foaming deep, and calm amidst the rage did sleep. Oh, hear us when we cry to thee, for those in peril on the sea. O Holy Spirit, who didst brood upon the waters dark and rude, and bid their angry tumult cease, and give for wild confusion peace. Oh, hear us when we cry to thee, for those in peril on the sea. O Trinity of love and power, our brethren keep in danger's hour. From rock and tempest, fire and foe, protect them wheresoe'er they go. Thus evermore shall rise to thee glad hymns of praise from land and sea.
Thank you, Bill. Bill, that was a beautiful way to start. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Notes from the two of us. I believe Kate was Kate going to sing next?
I was, in point of
All right.
fact.
Kate, I want to remind you and everybody else that when we do hymn sings, there's all sorts of music that people do. We get gospel songs, we get folk songs, we get
Church hymns.
we get inspirational songs. So whatever the Spirit grabs you to the singers coming up, please do that. All right, Kate Clifford?
Thank you. This started its life as a gospel song, and then Ben Gagliardi got his hands on it and made a couple of shifts, and then the pandemic got its hands on me, and I made a final shift to the final verse. This is a folk processed version of Farther On. As we travel through the desert, storms beset us by the way, but across the river Jordan lies a field of endless day. Farther on, still go farther, count the milestones one by one. Love, I will forsake you never. It is better farther on. Oh, my brother, are you weary of the roughness of the way? Does your strength begin to fail you, and your vigor to decay? Farther on, still go farther, count the milestones one by one. Love, I will forsake you never. It is better farther on. At my side, won't you be singing, though it's through a screen we're on? Sing it as we used to sing it. It is better farther on. Farther on, still go farther, count the milestones one by one. Love, I will forsake you never. It is better farther on. Farther on, still go farther, count the milestones one by one. Love, I will forsake you never. It is better farther on.
Thank you, Kate. That reminds us that music is the prayer that the heart sings. Finding old music you used to love is like getting back in touch with an old friend, and that's how we feel today. I think we're going to hear from Persis next.
Thank you. I have a song that was written by a friend of mine, Kat Faber, and it's a folk song, but it fits the the feeling of today, and I want to share it with you. I'm going to start out with the chorus. You can tell it on the mountain, in the valley far below, but you needn't tell the craftsmen what they already know. From the author at her keyboard to the woodwright at his lathe, every act of creation is an act of faith. From the rancher mending fences with a wire she has found, to the farmer on his tractor putting seed corn in the ground. In this world of hate and anger, when it's easy to destroy, every act of creation is an act of joy. You can tell it on the mountain, in the valley far below, but you needn't tell the craftsmen what they already know. From the author at her keyboard to the woodwright at his lathe, every act of creation is an act of faith. So we work on art and music, though we know it will be flawed, yet in striving to do better, we are reaching out to God. We are reaching for perfection, and it's not beyond our scope. Every act of creation is an act of hope. You can tell it on the mountain, in the valley far below, but you needn't tell the craftsmen what they already know. From the author at her keyboard to the woodwright at his lathe, every act of creation is an act of faith. Though you work with words or music, living things or stone or glass, if you don't love what you're making, it will never come to pass. From the paintings of a child to the words of God above, every act of creation is an act of love. You can tell it on the mountain, in the valley far below, but you needn't tell the craftsmen what they already know. From the author at her keyboard to the woodwright at his lathe, every act of creation is an act of faith.
Oh,
Very
thank you.
nice.
That was
Oh, that's
lovely.
fabulous. I
That
would
was
love to
lovely.
look. I'd love to learn that, man. That is wonderful.
I will put the link to that up in the chat. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sure.
We try to make this sound as professional, as much like public radio as possible. So here comes the pitch. If it's not already up there, there will be a link on the chat with which you can donate to this festival. It's run entirely on donations, even when it's on the web, and we still need the money to pay the performers and to have a good nest egg for next year when we're hopefully back on ground. So even if you have already donated, we would really appreciate it if you could just put in as much as you can possibly spare. Okay, public radio over.
Okay, back to work. I would like to, before the next singer, who I believe is Palaji, is this correct pronunciation? Palaji?
Pelagie, yeah, that's fine. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Before you do, Palaji, I would like to put in a remembrance, and it's very hard to say without tears. I would like to remember, all of us remember our dear friend Meg Frost. Okay,
You're on.
Right. This is all a little bit different. It's not a song, it's a poem.
okay, wonderful. It's an English teacher.
It's called Blessed Are the Meek. Hello, God. This is the meek. You know how you said we'd inherit the earth? Well, is it all right to have it this week? If that's all right with you, if it's something you can allow, we have been waiting a while. Is it all right to have it now? I don't mean to be pushy. We met and had a chat, and one of the others suggested it. But if there's a problem with that, but you know, the offer was there, and someone else has had it a long time. So if we could just have our share. Hello, God. It's the meek. We spoke before. Remember, we inherited the earth. Well, we've not got it anymore. I'm afraid we sort of let it go. This man said he wanted it, and we didn't like to say no. I suppose we should have, but we've never had the knack. So the others have asked me to ask you, can we please have it back? We only had it 15 minutes. This was our big day. I knew we wouldn't assert ourselves. I didn't like to say. Perhaps we could inherit something smaller, like a bicycle. That might be nice. Just one between all of us would do. I hope you don't mind the advice. That's what you should have said. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit a bicycle. Is it all right to have it next week? Hello, God. This you're not going to like. I'm sorry to bother you again, but somebody's taken our bike. We're not cut out for this, are we? The writing's on the wall. Blessed are the meek, for they don't really want anything at all. Perhaps that's the best thing. We didn't want to cause all this worry. In future, we'll just keep quiet. One last thing, God. Sorry. That's Blessed are the meek from Les Barker. Thank you.
Very, very interesting poem.
Yes, poetry presentation now is very in. When Amanda Gorman did the piece at the inauguration, I think it's caused us all to realize that poetry is music and music is poetry. And music washes away from the soul the dust of everyday living. Now we're going to hear from David Kidman. Are you there, David?
Yeah, sure.
All righty.
Great to be here. Great to see you folks. I'm going to do some remembrance here for a singer name of Alan Whitbread, who died last year. He was a shanty singer. He was a maritime singer, but he also sang hymns. And this is one that he always used to sing, and I'm singing it in his memory. Blessed Quietness. Joys are flowing like a river since the Comforter has come. He abides with us forever, makes the trusting heart his home. Blessed quietness, holy quietness, what assurance in my soul. On the stormy sea, he speaks peace to me. How the billows cease to roll, bringing life and health and gladness all around this heavenly guest. Banished unbelief and sadness, changed our weariness to rest. Blessed quietness, holy quietness. What assurance in my soul. On the stormy sea, he speaks peace to me. How the billows cease to roll. Like the rain that falls from heaven, like the sunlight from the sky, so the Holy Ghost is given, coming on us from on high. Blessed quietness, holy quietness, what assurance in my soul. On the stormy sea, he speaks peace to me. How the billows cease to roll. So what a wonderful salvation, where we always see his face. What a peaceful habitation, what a quiet resting place. Blessed quietness, holy quietness, what assurance in my soul. On the stormy sea, he speaks peace to me. How the billows cease to roll. Blessed quietness, holy quietness, what assurance in my soul. On the stormy sea, he speaks peace to me. How the billows cease to roll.
David, that was beautiful.
It was.
I think that you truly understood the idea of remembering your friend. It's almost as if you were speaking right to him, and that feeling came through. And that's what I was hoping some people would do. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
It's funny how a melody can sound like a memory. We looked up a lot of quotes today.
So true.
Thank you, David. We're going to hear next from Nick Noble and then from Marge. After Nick, we will hear from Marge. We're sending you this cue so you'll know when you will be ready. So Nick, we're ready for you.
Oh, and we have high expectations because we know you're the big cheese of all this.
No, I'm not, but I will fulfill my obligation as treasurer of the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival by reminding people, thank you, Hannah, that in the chat is the link for donations to keep this festival alive and going. The motto is Together in Portsmouth in 22. But right now, I want to first thank Bill for his opening hymn. When my dad died a few years back, it was just a few days before I hosted my annual live maritime show on Worcester Public Radio, with a lot of local maritime artists showed up to promote the upcoming festival that year. And the very first act to get up were the Dory Mates. Some of you know Tony and Janet. And in my father's memory, they sang Eternal Father. He was both a Navy and a Marine Corps veteran from Korea. And so this next hymn I'm going to sing is also in memory of my father, because he just loved the old Welsh hymns. And of course, these hymns cry out for harmony, but since we're on Zoom, then the latency doesn't really allow us to harmonize except at home. So if you know the harmony for this, and Bill and the twins, if you want to sing, you better mute yourselves, because otherwise it'll be an adventure. But this song cries out for harmony. The only reference to water, of course, is in the final verse, but we all know that we all have to cross the River Jordan to get to the other side.
I think
An
we'll
old
try.
Welsh hymn, 1907 by John Hughes and the Williams Brothers. Guide me, O thou great Jehovah, pilgrim through this barren land. I am weak, but thou art mighty. Hold me with thy powerful hand. Bread of heaven, feed me till I want no more. Feed me till I want no more. Open now the crystal fountain, whence the healing stream doth flow. Let the fire and cloudy pillar lead me all my journey through. Strong deliverer, be thou still my strength and shield, strength and shield. Be thou still my strength and shield. When I tread the verge of Jordan, bid my anxious fears subside. Death of death and hell's destruction, lead me safe on Canaan's side. Songs of praises, I will ever give to thee, I will ever give to thee. In memory of my dad. Thank you.
Beautiful, Nick.
Apologies, our hosts seem to be muted, which is my mistake.
And I'm here now. If
There
you're
we are.
ready.
Okay. There.
Yes,
And
we're back.
okay. Well, this actually, I didn't know when I selected my song that this fits very well with the themes of both remembrance and reunion. And it's called We Shall All Be Reunited, from the singing of Alfred G. Carnes, who recorded, I guess, in the 1920s, 1930s. And I will sing this in remembrance of Alan Kelly, who was one of the greatest purveyors of song that I had the privilege of working with. He died at the age of 105. In 2008, he had a repertoire of well over 300 songs in both French and English, and he lived in New Brunswick, Canada. And so I worked with him from 1986 until his death. So I'm going to think of Alan Kelly. And it has a chorus that goes, we shall all be reunited in that land beyond the skies, where there'll be no separation, no more parting, no more sighs. Where is now our father's family that was here so long ago, sitting round the kitchen fireside, brightened by that ruddy glow? We shall all be reunited in that land beyond the skies, where there'll be no separation, no more parting, no more sighs. Some have gone to lands far distant, and with others made their home. Some upon the world of waters all their lives have chose to roam. We shall all be reunited in that land beyond the skies, where there'll be no separation, no more parting, no more sighs. Some have gone from us forever, for with us they could not stay. They have all dispersed and wandered, gone away, so far away. We shall all be reunited in that land beyond the skies, where there'll be no separation, no more parting, no more sighs. We shall meet beyond the river in that land of pure delight, where no sickness nor sorrow, where our joys will never blight. We shall all be reunited in that land beyond the skies, where there'll be no separation, no more parting, no more sighs. Let's sing this one more time, albeit muted. We shall all be reunited in that land beyond the skies, where there'll be no separation, no more parting, no more sighs. And we shall all be reunited. I know we will.
Marge, I think one would think you were sitting with us when we decided on our theme of reunion and remembrance, because that song said everything. Thank you.
Well, yes, how fortuitous. It was great. Thank you.
It was. We unfortunately suffered a tough year.
Yeah.
We lost quite a few people who I could just mention quickly. Our Uncle Joe, who was our favorite uncle, 99, passed away of COVID. Cousin Carmen, my best friend Patty, and my mother-in-law Mary. And I'm thinking of all of those people today.
I'm thinking of Andy Cohen's wife. Maybe people knew Larkin Bryant.
And then there was Chris Haslam's wife, Sandy, who we dearly miss. All right, I think we're going to hear from Justine now.
Justine, do we have Justine?
Yep, here I am. Thank you.
Oh, there you are.
Hey, Justine!
Hi.
Now, before Justine starts, may I just interject that our crew has told us we have some available spaces. So singers, come on, jump on. We want to hear from everybody this morning. Justine, let's hear from you now.
Okay, thank you. So I'll do this in remembrance of my husband, Barry Finn, who taught me this song. And my grandson was here for a little while. His name is Caleb Barry Finn, and he was practicing it with me, but he's gone outside now. So anyway, it's a gospel song. I'm working on a building. I'm working on a building. I'm working on a building for my Lord, for my Lord. It's a Holy Ghost building. It's a Holy Ghost building. It's a Holy Ghost building for my Lord, for my Lord. If I was a liar, I'll tell you what I would do. I would stop my lying and I'd work on a building too. I'm working on a building. It's a Holy Ghost building. I'm working on a building for my Lord, for my Lord. If I was a drunkard, I tell you what I would do. I would quit my drinking and I'd work on a building too. I'm working on a building. It's a Holy Ghost building. I'm working on a building for my Lord, for my Lord. It's a Holy Ghost building. It's a Holy Ghost building. It's a Holy Ghost building for my Lord, for my Lord. If I was a preacher, I tell you what I would do. I would quit my preaching and I'd work on a building too. I'm working on a building. It's a Holy Ghost building. It's a Holy Ghost building for my Lord, for my Lord.
Oh,
I had to say hi.
oh, we have a guest who'd like to say hello.
Hi, baby.
We're having our own little mini reunion here.
You're so lucky.
We had said that there were spaces available, but it turns out that they're pretty well filled up. Put your name in, we'll see what happens. That song, I love gospel, very much. I always said I'd go to church every day if I had that kind of gospel music, but it made me think of the quote that says, music is the mediator between the spiritual and the sensual life. And that one really, really hit the tone there. I think we're going to hear from Alexis next. Are you there?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Ooh,
How are y'all doing today?
pretty one.
So in honor of the theme, I wanted to sing the both hymn and common folk song, I'll Fly Away.
Speak up.
Oh, sorry. In honor of the theme of remembrance and memory, I wanted to sing the common song sung in both folk circles as well as hymn circles, which is I'll Fly Away. So
Nice one.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good choice.
some glad morning when this life is o'er, I'll fly away to a home on God's celestial shore. I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away in the morning when I die. Hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. When the shadows of this life have grown, I'll fly away. Like a bird from prison barns has flown, I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away in the morning when I die. Hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. Just a few more weary days and then I'll fly away to a land where joy shall never end. I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away in the morning when I die. Hallelujah, by and by, I'll fly away. Thank you all.
Oh, Alexis, I just happen to have a quote that has the word wings in it. So I think it's necessary. Music gives a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything.
That was beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Bill, you want to?
I just wanted to jump in and let our hosts know that we have 10 more minutes.
Who do we have?
Oh,
one more?
we have George.
We have
Who's waiting
George,
in the
and
wings.
I believe that George will do his song, and then it'll be time to wrap up with you, Bill, right?
Okay.
Okay.
George?
Yeah, okay. All right.
Okay, there's
You've
George.
been waiting.
I said just in case you had no others. Anyway, I've
Okay.
often liked the way this one combines the sea imagery with other. Anyway, you all know it probably. It has a chorus. Lightly beams our Father's mercy from his lighthouse evermore. But to us he gives the keeping of the lights along the shore. Chorus. Let the lower lights be burning
send a gleam across the wave. Some poor fainting, struggling seaman, you may rescue, you may save. Dark the night of sin has settled, loud the angry billows roar. Eager eyes are watching, longing for the lights along the shore. Let the lower lights be burning, send a gleam across the wave. Some poor fainting, struggling seaman, you may rescue, you may save. Trim your feeble lamp, my brother, some poor sailor tempest tossed, trying now to make the harbor in the darkness may be lost. Let the lower lights be burning, send a gleam across the wave. Some poor fainting, struggling seaman, you may rescue, you may save.
Oh, thank you. One of my favorites. Beautiful. Okay, Lord, thank you for the music that brings such joy to our souls. Sometimes music is the only thing that gets your mind off of everything else. And hopefully during the time when we've been separated, you've thought of these days, of the days we've sung together. This is a wonderful production, but I have every hope that we will meet together again in Portsmouth. And Susan and I hope to come to our first Portsmouth Festival next fall.
Actually, that's on the bucket list.
Yeah.
We've developed a bucket list lately.
We went to the Grizz.
We went to the Grizz.
Yeah.
We went to a pipe and drum meet. All right. Bill will ask you for a little donation perhaps, but he is going to sing us out with his final song.
Yeah, take a look in the chat. I haven't looked, but you should find a link there. And we would really appreciate any donations to help pay for the costs and certainly to pay for the performers that we have this weekend, and to have a little nest egg for the the on-ground festival that we hope to have a year from
with
now.
real people.
We have, this was perfect timing. We have just run out of singers who had signed up. And since there's a couple of extra minutes, I'm going to toss in a remembrance here. Probably not exactly what you all were looking for.
No,
but my grandmother Dunlap died 70 years ago this week. And she used to go around Western New York State to church groups, women's organizations, the Women's Christian Temperance Union, Grange Halls, places like that, reciting poetry and doing readings. And the only poem that I ever heard her recite is entirely appropriate for this. You're probably already familiar with it as a song, but it was, since it was written by Alfred Lord Tennyson, obviously a poem long before that. So I'm just going to do it as a poem and then finish with the farewell shanty, which many shanty sings routinely finish with. Sunset and evening star, and one clear call for me. And may there be no morning of the war when I put out to sea. But such a tide as moving seems asleep, too full for sound and foam. And that which drew from out the boundless deep turns against home. Twilight and evening bell, and after that the dark. And may there be no sadness of farewell when I embark. For though from out our bourne of time and place, the flood may bear me far, I hope to see my pilot face to face when I have crossed the bar. It's our time to go now. Haul away your anchor. Haul away your anchor. 'tis our sailing time. Get some sail upon her, haul away your halyards, haul away your halyards, 'tis our sailing time. Get her on her course now, haul away your foresheets, haul away your foresheets, 'tis our sailing time. Waves are surging under, haul away down channel, haul away down channel on the evening tide. When my time is over, haul away for heaven, haul away for heaven. God be at my side.
Kate, the Heavenly Twins would like to thank you very much for including us in this hymn sing. It brought back some very, very nice memories. Ask us next year and we'll be in Portsmouth before you know it. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you
so much.
guys. Oh, Bill and the twins,
Thank
that
you,
was
guys.
wonderful. I can't wait to do something with this live in Portsmouth where you can sing the harmony on the hymns with everybody. That was just,
You better have a nice little church like they have at Mystic so we could ring the rafters like we do there.
Oh,
you
thank
can
you
do
so
it anywhere.
much.
It could be a tent like a revival meeting. We'd be all set.
Yeah, that's good.
Wouldn't
works.
That's a
be-
good idea.
Wow.
That could be said. Thank you, everyone. We're about 13 minutes away from our next set, and I know our tech folks may have some work to do, but I will be emceeing the next couple of sets, and we're looking forward to that adventure. The next couple of sets at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, Don Sneddy will be joining us as he did so wonderfully yesterday, and at 2 o'clock, AJ Wright will be joining us here on Dashing Wave. Of course, there's other stages, Sea Serpent, Witch of the Wave, USS Ranger, with some great performers. At 3 o'clock, there'll be a short 15-minute open sing, followed by our traditional chantey blast to end this year's festival. Virtual, but vivacious. That's my alliterative contribution to that. Again,
Beautifully alliterative.
Bill and the twins, thank you so much. And again, reminder to check out the schedule because there's lots of great music to hear. And also, please donate to support the festival. We can't do it without you. And not only, of course, are we going to pay our featured performers this year and make it possible to cover our expenses, but we hope to raise enough money so that we can comfortably do a festival in 2022 live in Portsmouth. That's the goal. Thank you so much. Where's Gina? I want to tell Gina something.
She's
She
over
went
here.
away.
She's
Thank
hiding
you.
around the corner. Here she comes.
Bye now. Bye.
Gina, you'd be very proud of your
Thank you.
family because we did so well with the songwriting competition this year.
Yeah.
And thank you. I hope to see you all live at some point. You are living, but I mean in person.
And
We-
Nick, remember
Yeah.
one thing, and everyone, this is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it.
Hallelujah, sister. We'll make it work. Lots of great music. We'll
right.
have
Thank you.
Don
Bye.
Sneddy in about 10 minutes.
Bye
Thank
now.
you very much, guys.
Bye.
If you want to stick around, that's fine. I'm going to mute myself right now to get some stuff done, but I'll be back on in a few minutes. And I want to thank Hannah, who did a wonderful job.
No, we're good.
Awesome. And I want to thank George, who did another wonderful job. And George is going to stick around as our Zoom tech host, and Peggy will be joining us as social host as Don Sneddy starts performing in about 9 minutes.
Nick and everyone, I've been asked to remind folks that the live stream is still running. So be aware of that as you chat with each other.
We promise not to reveal any state secrets, you know, that's good. And the live stream is still running. If someone, let's see who's here. I'd like to see who's here. Marie Francis here, Rodney and Tina. Peggy, you are here, that's great. And Justine, the child is there. Say hi to us. Here, I'm unmuting you. There you go.
Say, sing a song.
Sing a song.
You can sing a song, son. You can do that.
Can you sing a song?
Sure.
Okay, sing.
How do we use that?
Sing.
Biggest rocks in the hole. The biggest rocks in the hole.
Nice job.
Nice job. You're signed up for a future festival, young man.
Hello, Caleb.
Oh, what a handsome fellow.
It's all big.
Come on,
Well,
he's having trouble getting it out.
well sung.
Believe me, we've all sung like that at some festivals. I think that's wonderful.
Where the words just wouldn't come, right?
Especially him singing.
Oh, I did a festival this August, early August, a mini festival in Newport where I swear every performer was lyrically challenged. But it was fun. We were helping each other out with the lyrics as the songs were going on.
And now for a little comic relief. Yes.
Strikingly handsome, Caleb, strikingly handsome. All right, what do you have cooking here? Looking ahead. So Peggy is here to be our social host. Peggy will be periodically posting the link to this calendar and the link to donations to make things possible. You just got to go online and donate
I miss Justine a lot.
and support the festival. And that would be thrilling and exciting. And we really count on you. And Don Sneddy will be joining us shortly.
Oh my God.
Our early years at the festival.
Beginning, we were a little
Okay,
bit.
thanks, Nick and Persis,
I
and
love Barry so much.
I can't
And
see
Justine,
who else.
Special thanks to Kate as well, who did a great job.
I couldn't tell whether she was still here.
Oh, very.
And
I can barely tell whether I'm still here, Bill, so don't worry.
Yeah. And
He
thank
did-
you,
people-
George, for the
people
advice you
don't
gave me
know,
yesterday.
You know, just what a session.
I think this has got to be a regular
Young kids don't really.
Sunday morning
Put together.
festival church tradition from now on.
Oh, whenever
Yeah.
he.
Yeah,
he
I
was
thought
like
it
a
worked
session,
very
it was
well.
unbelievable.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself, and George, can you keep a lookout for Don Sneddy? Thanks.
We're logging off now, so good to see you all. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thanks for inviting
Bye.
us. Bye-bye.
All right, thanks for coming. Good singing.
Passion for something, it shows.
Well, they should know it after yesterday. Does it stay mute or unmute?
Well, go to that little arrow.
This one?
Yeah, like right there.
George, look for
Yes.
Mary Dancingani.
Yes, I see her.
Okay,
And what about her?
that's Don's wife.
Oh, okay.
They're just not, they haven't put their video on yet.
All right. Should I change the name then to be Don? Are they sing together?
No, we don't.
Mary can take over with the chat.
Where's my mouse? Launch meeting. How do
It'll be
Uh,
fine, George. He performed that way yesterday.
As Mary?
As Mary.
Okay.
launch meeting?
Or it
No.
was Mary. Oh, sorry.
Mary, don't launch meeting. Put your video on.
Oh, how do I do that?
Down at the bottom. You've got, there you go.
Oh, okay. This is Soraya.
Hi.
Hi, Saraya.
Hi, Soraya. So we got 5 minutes, Mary, till we'll get going here, okay?
Okay.
Hi, Don.
Hi, how you doing?
All right, good to see you, my friend.
Another beautiful day down here in Bloomfield, Connecticut.
It's lovely.
And we're so
I like Bloomfield.
Soraya, her granddaughter, you know, is visiting us, and she'll be playing Rhythm Bones and singing along also.
Excellent. Sounds good, Don. That sounds really good. We're going to start in about 2 minutes, and I'll introduce you. Since you're the only act, I will not be interrupting you except maybe once or twice to remind people to donate. You are your own show for about 45 minutes, total of 50 minutes with me yapping a couple of times. It's your stage. And so when we get things going, I'm just going to leave you alone and let you do as many songs in a row as you can fit into that time, sir.
Okay.
All right, we got about another minute or so before we start. And is everybody set? Peg, you're all set? Excellent. And George is all set. I can see that. I like your shirt, George, by the way. I like that. Always have. And we'll start letting more folks in as they come in to hear Don Sneddy. In the chat, you will see links to the donations. That'll be wonderful. We've had our first donation from today, and so as treasurer, I'm very, very happy. But we're going to make things work. Got about 30 seconds, Don, and I will introduce you to the world. George, we're still live streaming, right? So we're all set. Excellent. Okay, when I start, please, everybody else, except for Don on Mary's computer, everybody else mute yourselves, and I'll mute myself as soon as I shut up. Fair enough? All right. Oh, Peg just saluted. Peg just saluted. But in her defense, you know, she was unsupervised. I love that sign behind you, Peg. All right. Let's see. Give me a second here. Okay. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to the second day of the 21st Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. My name is Nick Noble. I am the treasurer of the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival Board. I'm also the host of the Folk Revival, a weekly radio show on WICN Worcester Public Radio. But today I'm your MC, your master of ceremonies for a couple of great performers in a row. But the first live from Connecticut is Don Sneddy, and Don is going to be sharing with us music for the next chunk of time. And before we kick into Don, I'd like to remind you all that this is not possible without you, and we want to keep this festival going. So please, when you get a chance, go to the link that will appear periodically in the chat, thanks to the wonderful Peggy, and make a donation to support the festival. But right now, Don's donation, Don's contribution to this wonderful festival is his music. Ladies and gentlemen, Don Sneddy.
Hello, everyone. How you doing? We have another beautiful day here in Bloomfield, Connecticut. Sun's shining, and have some very special people with me. Mary, my wife, my lovely wife, Saraya, the granddaughter, and is with us today, and the future. Yeah. I'd like to start off with a little banjo thing. There we go, the Arkansas Traveler, one of those wonderful, great banjo tunes. And great to be with you folks again. And we're going to be doing, next, we're going to be doing one of my favorite whaling ballads, and that is the Diamond. The Diamond is a ship, me lads, for the Davis Strait she's bound. Her quay edged is garnished up with 40 losses round. Captain Thompson gives the orders, boys, to sail the wide world round. Where the sun it never sets, me lads, her darkness dims the sky, and it's cheer up, my lads. Let your hearts never fail, for the bonny ship, the Diamond, goes a-fishing for the whale. Along the quays of Peterhead, the lassies stand around, their shawls all thrown around their heads, their sword tails a hanging down. And don't you weep, me bonny lass, though you're left behind, for a rose would gloom on Greenland's ice before I change me mind. And it's cheer up, my lads, let your hearts never fail, for the bonny ship, the Diamond, goes a-fishing for the whale. Here's a health to the Resolution, likewise the Eliza Swan. Here's a health to the Rattler of Old Montrose, the Diamond ship will pay. We'll wear our trousers over the white till the jib comes o'er the blue. When we get home to Peterhead, we'll hasten sweet down to you. And
Don has frozen. This happens on occasion, but we'll see how it works.
We lost him. He dropped out of the Zoom session.
He's back. He's back, but he's muted. Can we unmute him? Go for it, Don.
Okay. It's a health to the resolution, likewise the Eliza Swan. Here's a health to the Rattler of Old Montrose, the diamond ship will pay. We'll wear our trousers over the right, where the wind comes over the blue. When we get home to Peterhead, we'll hasten sweethearts to you. And it's cheer up, my lads, let your hearts never fail. For the bonny ship, the diamond goes a-fishing for the whale. And it's cheer up, my lads, let your hearts never fail. For the bonny ship, the diamond goes a-fishing for the whale. Woo! Thank you. This next one, we're going to go over to Ireland. Mary, my wife, is of Irish heritage, and I told her I promised I'd do for her today. In Dublin's fair city, where the girls are so pretty, it was there I first met me, sweet Molly Malone, and she wheeled her wheelbarrow down the streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, She was the fishmonger, and true wasn't no wonder, 'cause her mother and father were fishmongers too, and they wheeled their wheelbarrow down the streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, Now she died of the fever, of which none could relieve her. Oh, and that's how I lost me, sweet Molly Malone. Now her ghost wheels a barrow down the streets broad and narrow, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, alive, alive, oh, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, crying cockles and mussels, alive, alive, oh.
I love that song, Don. That's terrific. That was the song I auditioned with for the first folk band I ever joined 45 years ago. Don Sneddy, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget also to make a contribution. You can find the link to donate to the festival in the chat, but we'll continue now with more music from Don Sneddy.
Here we go. It was 25 or 30 years when Jack first saw the light. He came into this world a little we go. Jack was every inch a sailor. All right. We got Way Hey Roll and Go, Mary. Way Hey Roll and Go. And,
Yep.
Okay. This is one that I wrote some years ago and never sing it. But Mary always encourages me to sing it. And so we'll do that. And Sherry, well, if you can just put that there so I can see the words. They're my words, but I forgot them all. Way, hey, roll and go, now we're we're bound for old New England, boy, now we're home again. I sailed out of Nantucket, boy, the Atlantic so blue, down where them right whales play on the coast.
He'll be back. While they're frozen, let's think about a contribution, but they will be back and we'll make that work. They've gone off and they'll come back. And then they're back again. Let's go for it. Go for it, Don. Unmute them, please, George. Unmute them, please.
I can't. Don, you got to unmute yourself.
Don, you have to unmute yourself. Yeah, there we go.
Thank you for holding words for me. All right. Let's see. All right, here we go. The Yankee ship on the Congo River, blow, boys, blow. Her mast and yards they shake and shiver, blow me bully boys, blow. And the hottie and oh, she's a Yankee packet, blow, boys, blow. She fired her cannon, such a racket, blow me bully boys, blow. So blow me bullies together, blow, boys, blow, and blow me bullies for better weather, blow me bully boys, blow. Now who do you think was a captain of her? Blow, boys, blow. Why, Bully Hayes was a captain of her, blow me bully boys, blow. And who do you think was master of her? Blow, boys, blow. A big mouth Boston lawyer. Blow me, bully boys, blow. So blow me, bullies together. Blow, boys, blow. And blow me, bullies, for better weather. Blow me, bully boys, blow. Now what do you think we had for dinner? Blow, boys, blow. A monkey heart and a donkey liver. Blow me, bully boys, blow. And what do you think we had for supper? Blow, boys, blow. Be laying pin soup, but only much thinner. Blow me, bully boys, blow. So blow me, bullies together. Blow, boys, blow. And blow me, bullies, for better weather. Blow me, bully boys, blow. Woo! High enough. There we go. That's a good one. I like the meal. Okay. This is one Mary asked me to do, and if I want to have a good supper tonight, I'd better sing it. The water is wide, I cannot see, neither have I wings that I could fly. Build me a boat that could carry two, and both shall row, my love and I. There is a ship, and it sails the sea, and it's loaded deep can be, but not as deep as the love within. I know not how to sink or to swim. The water is wide, I cannot see, neither have I wings that I could fly. Build me a boat that could carry two, and both shall row, my love and I. My love is like a lofty tree, it shudders, shears, and then sways free. If it should fade in the common June, it will blow again when the springtime is new. The water is wide, I cannot see, neither have I wings that I could fly. Build me a boat that could carry two, and both shall row, my love and
I'm just going to interject here that that's a very, very old song that originally came from England via Appalachia. and that you've been asked many times to sing it both at funerals and weddings.
That's right. It serves a lot of purposes,
Yes,
in
it
other
does.
words. Oh, this is one that I thought would be fun to do today. Many of the Irish, of course, were involved with the building of the railway, and this is a good song. Every morning at 7 o'clock, there's 20 tarriers a working on the rock. The boss come along, he says, keep still. Come down heavy on your cast iron drill, and drill ye terriers drill. Drill ye terriers drill. Oh, it's work all day for the sugar in your tay. Down behind the railway, and drill ye terrier drill. And dust and fire. Now our boss man was Jean McCann. By God, he was a damn mean man. Last week a premature blast went off, and a mile in the sky went big Jim Goff. And drill ye terriers drill. Drill ye terriers drill. It's work all day for the sugar in your tay. Down behind the railway, and drill ye terriers drill. And blast and fire. Now next time payday come around, Jim Goff $1 short was found. When YSE was this reply, you're docked for the time you was up in the sky. And drill ye terriers drill. Drill ye terriers drill. Oh, it's work all day for the sugar in your tay. Down behind the railway, and drill ye terriers drill. And blast in fire. Now the cook was a good man to the ground. Married a woman about 6 foot around. She baked good cakes, she baked them well. She baked them harder than the holes in hell. Oh, drill ye terriers drill. Drill ye terriers drill. Oh, it's work all day for the sugar in your tay. Down behind the railway, and drill ye terriers drill. And blast and fire. A lot of dentists like that one too.
How about doing Soraya's favorite?
What's it? Oh,
Soraya's song.
no, even lower. Yes, Soraya here, our granddaughter, loves this song, and the Leaving of Liverpool, and of course I did mention that behind me is a painting, a San Hugo painting of the Davy Crockett. Mary, you want to say a few?
Yeah. The Davy Crockett was actually built at Mystic in 1853, and it was at a cost of $93,000, and for an outfit out of New York that was running packet ships. And the captain of her for 14 years was John, what was his last name? I can never remember his last name. John Burgess.
Yeah.
Burgess. And he was known as to be a fairly decent guy. But what happened is on the final voyage, before he was going to retire, he was swept overboard off the coast of South America. And I guess you would say that the sea became his permanent residence.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until 1899 that the Davy Crockett actually was broken up in a gale off New York Harbor. And it's very interesting because in the summer, Don and I go to the camp at Mystic, the Conrad camp, where kids come from all over the country, actually. and the world, because one of the sessions there were two kids from Australia, so they asked Don to sing South Australia. But we told them the story of this, and it was the first time we had ever done a ballad with them. And I wish you could have heard them. They absolutely sat still, did not talk to each other, and listened to the words.
Yes.
And this is Soraya's favorite.
Fare thee well to you, my own dear love. I am going far away. I am bound for America, but I know that I return someday. So fare thee well, me on to love. And when I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but me darling, when I think on thee. Oh, I sailed aboard her once before, and I think I know bridges well. If a man be a seaman, he will do right well. But if not, he sure is in for hell. So fare thee well, me on to love. And when I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but me darling, when I think on thee. The sun is on the harbor, love, and I wish I could remain, but I know it's gonna be a long, long time before I see you again. So fare thee well, me on to love. And when I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but me darling, when I think on thee. So fare thee well, me on to love. And when I return, united we will be. It's not the leaving of Liverpool that grieves me, but me darling, when I think on thee.
Don, that was wonderful. Soraya, well done. That was really nice. Thank you both. Don, you got about, when I'm finished yapping, you got about 15 minutes left, just to let you know. I want to remind folks again that this is the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival, and we can't do it without you. So Peggy will post in the chat the link for donations. We would love a contribution at any amount to help us keep this thing going normally on a live festival. We'll be passing a little bucket around for donations. Well, this is our virtual bucket. And we thank you in advance for your absolute support. I saw a whole bunch of people here singing along with that. Don, great choice of song. Of course, Soraya was singing beautifully along with you on the chorus as well. Okay, I'm going to shut up now again in about 15 minutes, Don. Go for it. A little more music. Don Sneddy. Well done and well done. And Soraya, was that you on the bones there?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Awesome job. A fancy duo. Keep going. You got a lot of time. Keep cruising. A lot of music.
Okay. I salute Mary, of course, for making the suggestions that she does. I learned a lot when I was in the Army.
I was
Okay.
raised in a military family. My father was career Air Force, so I have a bit of the general in me.
Okay, this is a wonderful song with a wonderful story that Mary will share with you after we do it. Okay.
Okay, after
Yeah, yeah. Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors cry. Carry the lad who's born to be king, over the sea to sky. Loud the wind howls, loud the waves roar, thunder claps in the air. But baffle our foes, they stand on the shore, follow they will, they dare. Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors fly. Carry the lad who's born to be king, over the sea to sky. Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors cry. Carry the lad who's born to be king, over the sea to sky. Burned are our homes, oh exiled and fled, scatter the loyal men. Hear the swords that would fall in our feet, for Charlie will come again. Speed, bonny boat, like a bird on the wing, onward the sailors fly. Carry the lad who's born to be king, over the sea to sky.
Several years ago, Don and I were in the chandlery at Mystic Seaport, and he had just sung that song, and there was a woman who came up to me and she said, "Could you introduce me to the singer?" And I said, "Sure." She said, "I'm really amazed that he sang Skyboat, because I am a direct descendant of Flora MacDonald, who was in the boat and helped row it over." And I said, "What are the chances that we would meet?"
6 people.
There were only 6 people in the chandlery that day, and she happened to be one, and it was a very cold day, and we were totally amazed as she was.
Yeah. We think of her whenever we do that.
Yeah, every time we do that song, we think of her. I don't know how many grades down she was.
Right, right. Really something special. Okay. That one's called Jordan and My Hard Road to Travel, and Uncle Dave Macomb, the great banjo player, clawhammer style, like I basically do. And like to do that one a lot because he really popularized the clawhammer style of playing the Fifes and banjo.
That's a great piece, Don. Don, you have time for either one long song or two short songs. Your call. About 5.5 minutes left, 6 minutes.
Oh yeah, this is going to be fun to do because, and maybe some of you up there can join in. Thoraya is going to do the version of This Land Is Your Land, This Land Is My Land, and maybe you can all join in with the motions that she'll be doing. Okay, you ready? You can. Okay. That's it. You got it. As a matter of fact, if you sit back here, we'll get more of you on the screen. Okay. There we go. Here we go. What do you got? These great songs. Are you? You got it. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. As I went walking that ribbon of highway, I saw above me that endless skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. I roamed and I rambled and I followed my footsteps to the sparkling sands of your diamond desert, and all around me a voice was sounding. It said, this land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. The sun came shining, and I was strolling, and the wheat fields waving, and the dust cloud rolling, and the fog was lifting, the voice was calling. It said, this land was made for you and me. This land is your land. This land is my land. From California to the New York Island, from the redwood forest to the Gulf Stream waters. This land was made for you and me. Oh, that was great fun. Thank you.
That was awesome, Don. It's awesome. Thank you both so much. I had the motions down for part of it, but my arms started to hurt a little bit. Thank you so much, both of you. We got about 2 minutes left. You got a short one, Don, to kick us off with. You got a nice quick shanty to send us home?
Yes. Roses.
Bravo, c'était superbe. Magnifique.
Don's going to send us out with one more song. And we've got AJ Wright coming up next. Well, that's our final freeze of the day. We get Don back in a minute or so, we can wrap it up. But we're doing pretty well today with some wonderful music from Don Sneddy. So if we can give us another 30 seconds and see if we can get him back. Otherwise, I'll say farewell to Don and thank you to him. Yes, Benoit, Don was magnifique. And I just thought that was absolutely wonderful. And Don's back. Let's unmute him, please. And let's just wrap up the song. There we go. She's got it. So you can unmute your grandfather. There you go. Magnificent. Much. Don, thank you so much for your music. And for today, it was wonderful. And your musical companion there should be your partner every time you perform. So, and Mary, thank you too for your information. Thank you all. So much appreciated. And we've got AJ Wright coming up in 10 minutes as we get things sorted out. Don Sneddy, let's unmute and give Don one last big round of applause, please. Everybody can unmute themselves. Love wildly.
See you again, Don. This is Jim Lucas in Denmark.
Yeah, you've got listeners all over the place. You've got listeners all through the United States and in Denmark and in Australia and Canada. And things are an adventure. Thank you, Don Sneddy.
Well,
Thank you very much.
Don is also a great artist, and he's responsible for my wonderful logo.
There you go. And of course, it is a wonderful logo. All right, coming up in about 10 minutes, we're going to have AJ Wright. AJ will be with us. And AJ Wright will be, let's see. Vanessa, I want to thank George and Peggy for their work as Zoom host and social host. Thank you so much. They did a great job as well. When AJ comes along, Vanessa will be our Zoom tech, and Jeff will be joining us as social host. So we have about 8 minutes till we hear from the amazing AJ Wright. I believe, George, we are still live streaming, so while we may chat and praise all the music we have, you can transfer your tech host responsibilities to Vanessa, who is here. And and AJ is there. Hello, AJ. You can unmute and say hi.
Hello.
I'm going to give you, since you're all by yourself in this, it's your show. Okay, so I'm going to introduce you at the beginning and ask for donations. And maybe about partway through, AJ, I will.
You break in and you heckle me.
Yeah, I do like to heckle you, that is true. But I will, about partway through, I'll interrupt to ask for more donations. But otherwise, AJ, it's the AJ Wright stage until I give you the 5-minute sign, okay? Does that make sense?
Sounds good.
Oh, everything.
But I still have about 7 minutes until I'm.
Yes, you do. You do. I just wanted to let you know that there are rules to this game, even though I break them 3/4 of the time.
And you said that. Who is our social host? Who's dropping?
It'll be Jeff Keller.
Okay.
But Vanessa's the tech host, and we're wrapping things up here. Again, I want to thank George and Peggy for their hosting help this time around. While we are waiting for our 2 o'clock kickoff, I'd like to remind everybody who's here that this festival happens because of you. The music is for you, but we can't do it without you. And there are donation links that will appear in the chat. Yep, Peggy, as her final duty as social host, has put the donation link in the chat. And please, we have special gifts if you give over $50. $50 or more, we have some great special gifts for you. But a contribution in any amount helps us keep the festival going and helps it make it possible for us to remunerate, I just use a 4-syllable word, I rarely do, remunerate these wonderful artists, but also help us prepare for a live in-person Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival in 2022. And yep, Jeff is here as social host, Vanessa as tech host, and throughout AJ's exciting performance, Jeff will be posting the link for donations, every couple of songs or so, and at least once during AJ's performance, I will interrupt her, and you, AJ, will be interrupted so I can pitch again for this wonderful festival, which is where I met you. So the music is awesome. By the way, I loved the performance last night with Eve. That was great. I'm a sucker for harmony. Well, here's some good music.
I'm so glad I was able to make that work. Thank you guys so much.
That worked beautifully. AJ's up in 5 minutes. Let's let some people in from the waiting room. And again, I'm reminding folks to make a contribution. The link is still there in the chat. And periodically throughout AJ's brilliant performance, Jeff will throw up the link for donations as well. Thank you very much. I'm going to shut up now until it's time to introduce AJ in about 4 minutes.
Hi, Vanessa. Can you make me co-host?
You bet. One moment.
And hello.
Done.
Bye, all. It was fun.
Everybody's so quiet. It's such a beautiful afternoon. At least it's a beautiful afternoon here in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Oh, it's gorgeous in Pawcatuck.
There you go. So it makes me yearn even more for a live in-person festival. But I know it'll happen, and I know we'll all be there, and it's going to be a lot of fun. I want to thank everybody who's helped out so far today, and for the weekend, I want to thank the 24 people who have made contributions to the festival so far, and I hope that more will contribute over the course of today. It's just been wonderful to see the support for this music, and I think I had a great email last night from Larry Kaplan in London, who wanted to let everyone know that despite the challenges of a virtual festival, he was having a great time. And he thought everybody else seemed to be as well. And I think that it's small steps, but we're heading our way back. I think our board is finally figured out how to do things. And if we can do this tech stuff, we can certainly handle a live in-person festival in 2022. Jeff, you're all set as social host? Yes. And Vanessa's all set as tech host? Yes. And so Jim is smiling at us from Denmark in the shadow of Elsinore.
No shadows right now. It's the sun has gone down. It's approximately 8 p.m. right now. And last night, actually, between you and Portland, Oregon, this morning at 9 o'clock.
Well, you're in Denmark, Polonius, so this above all to thine own self be true. As we are all with this. Polonius is one of the parts I have played, and I like that part. Always wanted to play Falstaff, but nobody gave me the chance.
That can't not then be false to any man. Prove false.
Yeah, but for some reason, men have an easy time being false to women. So I think that we have to work on that. All right.
The only part I played is the skull.
Oh, you got a ways to go before that's real. All right, Yorick. All right, here we are, a minute away. So AJ, you're all set. In about 45 seconds, I will introduce you, and then I will silence myself, and the music is yours until my interruption.
Sounds good. Jeff, do you need me to drop the message again to you to add to my links? Oh, you're muted. Yeah, I'll send it to you. And Nick, are the trees changing up there?
Are what?
Are the trees changing up in Central Mass?
Starting to. A couple of the real sick ones have already changed, but the healthy ones it's very gradual.
Connecticut is just too far south for me. Now, if we were in Portsmouth, we would have some nice colors starting by now.
I wouldn't be staring at the trees, though. I'd be staring at the sea. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to yet another session from the 21st Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. You notice I don't say 21st annual because circumstances have forced us to skip a year. But this is the 21st Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival, and it is my pleasure and honor to introduce a wonderful performer and friend, AJ Wright. Before AJ starts music, I would like to let you all know once again that we are a festival that is supported by its attendees, by its listeners, by everyone who loves this kind of music. And Jeff, our wonderful social host, will be popping up on the chat every now and then, the link to the donation site. Please take the time to make a donation in any amount. Take the time to make a donation to support this festival so we can bring you not only today's show, but music in 2022 live in person. We do have some special gifts for people who give $50 or more, but we will take gifts in any amount. We have had to date 24 different gifts, and we hope more will come in. As I said, the link will be posted from time to time in the chat. Now, without further ado, let's welcome AJ Wright.
Hello. All right, so I'm going to put you on gallery view so I see the little faces. Although most of them are blank screens at this point, so I actually have an audience to sing to hiding behind my mic. Including Gina Dunlap, so I will not sing Riverly, even though it's one of my favorites out of deference. But I have a bunch of stuff that I'm really excited about. My theme for this festival has been self-indulgence in what I'm singing, because I've been freed from the constraints of the 1860s and 70s. So I've got a bunch of stuff. I'm going to start off with one that I've never heard sung in real life. I spent a lot of time this summer first trying to acquire, actually, and then digitize an album that was one of my mother's favorites. And I learned a bunch of stuff off of it that she had learned off of it, and then I learned it from her. But this is not one that she did. And it's a little outside of my scope of what I normally do, but I think it's a really cool song, so I want to do it. But you know that you're used to coming from traditional folk if you're looking at your song list and you're like, are they going to kick me out if I play a song with a bridge in it? This is Lake George, 1922 by Teresina Huxtable. I do have my set list in a different tab, so I'm going to keep clicking over. I apologize. Oh, and also if people have questions about the songs that I'm singing, drop them in the chat. I'll check it periodically. I love to talk about the stuff that I sing. Steaming up dark waters that are well defined by pines, looking at the carbon
stacks make straight and sturdy lines. Sagamore and Hurricane, their boilers like some forge are churning to that rhythm through the waters of Lake George. Mothers, aunts, and children carrying all that they could take, disembark at Hewlett's or at Baldwin up the lake. Children shriek about the decks, the ladies cluck and scold. There's no excuse to run so loose, although you're 10 years old. Dinner served with scenery in Hurricane's main hall. Rogers Rock is moving by in moonlit early fall. Some stop to think about the ranger trapped by valiant foes who changed his fate, who chanced the cliff and proudly strode off through the snow. Who could not remember about that night so far away? Sagamore ran aground while pushing through Blair's Bay. Later she was seen by some half sunk and half asleep. You could paddle through her dining room and steal what you could keep. Dark waters that are well defined by pines. Looking up, the carbon stacks make straight and sturdy lines. Sagamore and Hurricane, their boilers like some forge are churning to that rhythm through the waters of Lake George. Fun fact, this concertina has an air button, so every time I play it, I have to do this. It's not a commentary, it's just a part of the information. All right, anything I need to see? No. Apologize for the clicking sounds. All right, isn't that a cool song? I love that bottom note. It's like the bottom note in Boatman's Cure. Similar feel. Anyway, for a wildly different time period and feel, I'm going to do one of my favorite wordy songs. I have a great memory of singing this at a late night sing, actually the night before Portsmouth a few years ago. And you know, it took me a long time to learn this song learned it when I was about 12. Not because of like where the words were, but I kept getting the things in the different order. And then I learned a different song that told the same story, and I was like, wait, it's just the historical event. The timeline doesn't change. So. Ye war-beaten tribes who were friends of great Bonaparte, who come to view the rocks and cliffs on St. Helena's shore. The wind it blew a hurricane, and the lightning on our decks did crash. The seagulls they were screaming, and the billows loud did roar. Those proud rocks the stranger said, as he viewed that wild and dreary spot, where once Napoleon Bonaparte his painful eyes did close. Though in the grave his bones may rot, his name will never be forgot. This grand conversation of Napoleon arose. A dreadful army he did rise to conquer Moscow by surprise. He led his men across the Alps, oppressed by frost and snow. But when he viewed the Russian line, he then began to open his eyes. For Moscow was a-blazing and his men ran to and fro. With dauntless eyes he viewed the flames, and in wildest accents he exclaimed, "Retreat, ye gallant heroes, while time so quickly flows." The bunch of roses, there were thousands died on that retreat, and many did their horses eat. Great rhyme. This grand conversation of Napoleon arose. Next at Waterloo these Frenchmen fought, commanded by brave Bonaparte, assisted by Field Marshal Ney, but he was bought with gold. When Blucher led those Prussians in, it broke Napoleon's heart within. Where are my 30,000 men? Alas, I have been sold. He made one gallant charge across, crying, "Oh, brave boys, I fear 'tis lost." The field was in confusion with blood and dying woe. The bunch of roses did advance and boldly entered into France. This grand conversation of Napoleon arose. Now Bonaparte is doomed to be a prisoner across the sea. In St. Helena's shore, that lone and dreary spot, it's there he is doomed to be, till death shall end his misery. His true son followed after him, that was another plot. It's long enough they have been dead, the blast of war around them spread. When will our sapling rise again to face our daring foes? So now, brave boys, when honor calls, we'll boldly face those wooden walls. This grand conversation of Napoleon arose.
How's everyone doing? I'm not blowing out the mic on those loud ones, am I? All good.
You're sounding great.
Cool. So I'm actually going to be doing, I think 3 different songs in this set that are of a genre that I usually try and limit myself, which is the, I'm going to come dress in men's apparel and go out with you, which are lovely songs, but there's just a lot of them. But these are a few that I particularly like. So. Fare thee well, lovely Nancy, for it's now I must leave you. To the burning West Indies I am bound for to go. But you must be safe and be loyal and constant, for I shall be at home in the spring, as you know. Like some pretty little sea boy, I will dress and go with you. In the deepest of danger, I will stand your friend. In the cold stormy weather, when the winds are a-blowing, my dear, I'll be willing to wait upon you then. Oh, your pretty little hands, they can't handle a tackle, and your pretty little feet on a topmast can't go. And the cold stormy weather, well, you can't well endure it,
So stay safe at home when the raging winds do blow. Fare thee well, lovely Nancy, for it's now I must leave you. To the burning West Indies I am bound for to go. But you must be safe and be loyal and constant, for I shall be at home in the spring, as you know.
Lost my key a little bit there, but we'll pretend.
There was a wealthy merchant in London he did dwell. He had a lovely daughter, the truth to you I'll tell, the truth to you I'll tell. She had sweethearts aplenty and men of high degree. There's none but Jack the sailor, her true love e'er could be. Oh, her true love e'er could be. Now Jackie's gone a-sailing with trouble on his mind, to leave his native country and darling girl behind. Oh, his darling girl behind. She stepped into a tailor's shop and dressed in men's array, and stepped on board a vessel to convey herself away, to convey herself away. Your waist is neat and slender, your fingers neat and small, your cheeks too red and rosy to face the cannonball, oh, to face the cannonball. I know my waist is slender, my fingers neat and small, it would not make me tremble to see 10,000 fall, oh, to see 10,000 fall. Before you step on board, sir, your name I'd like to know. She smiled all in her countenance, they call me Jack-a-row, oh, they call me Jack-a-row. And when the wars were over, we hunted all around, among the dead and dying, her darling boy she found, oh, her darling boy she found. She picked him up all in her arms and carried him to town, and sent for a physician who quickly healed his wounds, oh, who quickly healed his wounds. This couple, they got married, and well, they did agree. This couple, they got married, so why not you and me? So why not you and me?
Does anybody have any questions? I've been working at, actually, my last 5 jobs have all been in museums, so I can't, like, not ask that question. Checking to see if you do have questions. Drop them in chat. Oh, yeah. All right. I just put a whole bunch of my favorite things on this list. This is just sort of your typical, you know, early 19th century love song. Briefly mentions a sailor, but in addition to that, it is a version of it is in songs the whalemen sang. So we know it was sung on board whale ships at some point. I'm facing the repercussions of only having had coffee today instead of water. We'll call it authentic. The vocal quality, not the coffee. Although there is if anybody has a copy of the cookbook, Saltwater Foodways, I think it's in that one. There's a great description of a coffee pot that that the sailors used that they never washed out properly. They just rinsed it out with seawater. And a guy was traveling on this vessel and went back home to his friends in New York and bet his doctor friend in New York that if he came out to this schooner and had this cup of coffee from this seawater washed coffee pot, it would be the best cup of coffee he'd ever had in his life. And he apparently won that bet. So, salt your coffee is the moral. Anyway. 'Twas down in Cupid's garden. Oh, that's going to be too high. 'Twas down in Cupid's garden I wandered for to view the sweet and lovely flowers that in the garden grew. And what it was, sweet jasmine, the lily, pink, and rose. They are the finest flowers that in the garden grows, that in the garden grows. I had not been in the garden but scarcely half an hour when I beheld two maidens sat under a shady bower. And one was lovely Nancy, so beautiful and fair. The other was a virgin, and did the laurels wear, and in the laurels wear. I boldly stepped up to them, and unto them did say, Are you engaged to any young man? Come tell to me, I pray. No, I'm not engaged to any young man, I solemnly declare. I mean to stay a virgin, and still the laurels wear, and still the laurels wear. So hand in hand together this loving couple went. To view the secrets of her heart was the sailor's full intent. Oh, whether she would slight him while he to the wars did go. Her answer was not, I, my love, for I love a sailor bold. I love a sailor bold. It's down in Portsmouth harbor, there's a ship lies waiting there. Tomorrow to the seas I go, let the wind blow high or fair. And if I should live to return again, how happy I would be with you, my love, my own true love, sitting smiling on my knee, sit smiling on my knee.
The amazing A.J. Wright. I told you I'd interrupt you at some point.
Great.
What a beautiful sound. What great songs. And there's a good 25 minutes more before we're done. So we've got plenty of time. But I just want to interrupt to point out that wonderful performers like A.J. Wright, like Don Sneddy, like Larry Kaplan, like so many of the other artists we are hearing at this year's festival are only possible because we have the funds to bring them here, and those funds come from you, the listener, the attendee, the audience, the sing-along person. And so I am encouraging you to check out the link that Jeff just posted in the chat, while, of course, you're listening to AJ's wonderful songs, and make a donation to support the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival. We want to be live next year in Portsmouth, and we've been working hard towards that goal, and this year's virtual adventure is a step in that direction. So please go to the link that is posted in the chat and make a contribution to support the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival today and in the future. AJ, back to you, my friend.
Oh, that was quicker than I expected. All right.
I talk a lot, but not long.
All right. One of the things I've been struggling with a lot this festival is that a lot of the stuff that I really love is stuff that I've already, recorded for other online events, which is one of the sort of the trials of the pandemic, is that everything is recorded. And I don't want people to get bored of what I'm doing, I want to be bringing you stuff that you actually want to hear. That being said, usually every time I perform, somebody asks for this, and so figured I would slot it in here anyway. Another love song. I do like them. I like the love songs. Showed up, and this is one of her favorite things that I do. As I walked out one May morning down by the riverside, 'twas there I spied a bold fisherman come rowing on the tide, come rowing on the tide. 'Twas there I spied a bold fisherman come rowing on the tide. Good morning to you, my bold fisherman. How come you fishing here? I come a-fishing for your sweet sake, all on this river clear, all on this river clear. I come a-fishing for your sweet sake, all on this river clear. He drew his boat up to the bank, and to the lady went. He took her by the lily white hand, which was his full intent, which was his full intent. He took her by the lily white hand, which was his full intent. He drew his cloak off from his back and gently laid it down. There she espied 3 chains of gold hang dangling 3 times round, come dangling 3 times round. Then there she spied 3 chains of gold come dangling 3 times round. She fell upon her bended knee, for mercy she implored, for calling you, bold fisherman, when I fear you are some lord. I fear you are some lord, for calling you, bold fisherman, when I fear you are some lord. Rise up, my pretty fair maid, from off your bended knee. There's not one word that you have said that has offended me, that has offended me. There's not one word that you have said that has offended me. warned you. Perhaps, Nick, you could say a couple things while I hydrate my throat.
Well, while AJ is throat hydrating, I would just like to again remind you that this is such an exciting experience. I know we're having fun, and a number of us are singing along. I know Kate is harmonizing, albeit muted, and it's something that's fun to do. And next year we'll be able to harmonize in person. But right now, in order to do that, please make a contribution. I actually, as treasurer of the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival Board, I set a goal for money to be raised for these 2 days, and we are $260 shy of that goal. That's not bad because I set a pretty big goal. So anybody out there who's got a spare $260, throw it in. But we'll actually take a contribution in any amount, And if you look in the chat, you will see the link to donations, and Jeff will pop that link up periodically as the chat moves ahead. But please click on that and make a donation and make it work. And AJ just disappeared, but AJ is lubricating her throat their throat in as many possible ways.
I was like, I have a water bottle. It doesn't just have to be coffee.
Well, this is the first year I've sung at this festival without lubricating it with beer. So I would like to welcome back once again, while you all are going to the link and making donations, the amazing AJ Wright.
All right, thank you. One of my weaknesses is these songs with these dramatic tunes. I'm doing a whole bunch of those in a row. Oh my God. Having said that, I'm going to do another one. Be missing a harmonization on this one, but this sort of it's not quite pentatonic, but tunes with sort of edges on them that I really like. Well, a top man and an afterguard were a-walking out one day. Says the top man to the afterguard, I mean for to pray for the rights of all sailors and the wrongs of all men. And whatever I do pray for, and I better see you guys' mouths moving, you must answer amen. First I'll pray for the boatswain with his little stick, who bawls out all hands and who gives us a lick, who strikes many a brave fellow and kicks him amain, and may the devil double triple damn him, says the afterguard, amen. Then I'll pray for the purser who gives us to eat spew, burger, rank butter, and musty horse meat, with his weevily old biscuits while he gets the gain, and may the devil double triple damn him, says the afterguard, amen. Then I'll pray for the Navy officers who hold up our due. We are owed 3 years' wages and prize money too. And it's you can't have it yet, Jack. Try next voyage again. And may the devil double triple damn them, says the afterguard, amen. Then the last thing I'll pray for is a jug of good beer, for the Lord sent us liquor to spirits to cheer. And if we have 1 pint, may we also have 10. May we never ever want for grog again, says the afterguard, amen. A top man and an afterguard were a-walking out one day. Says the top man to the afterguard, I mean for to pray
for the rights of all sailors and the wrongs of all men. And whatever I do pray for, you must answer, Amen. Just hearing that church chord in my back of my head there. Let's see. Oh yeah. I've never performed the next one, but it's one I've been listening to a lot over the last summer. Sort of whole last year. Another big tune. Why do I do this to myself? Because I like them. Oh, and this is my third Fare Thee Well Nancy type song. But honestly, given some of the choices she makes in this song, I think he might be right in this particular instance that she's not exactly prepared. But yeah, we'll see what you guys think. This one's hell to pitch. Oh, hark, the drums are beating, and I must haste away. The bugles sweetly sound, and I can no longer stay. We are called up to Portsmouth, and it's many a weary mile, to join the British Army on the banks of the Nile. Oh, Willie, dearest Willie, don't leave me here to mourn. Don't make me curse and rue the day that ever I was born. For parting from you, Willie, is like parting from my life. Oh, stay at home, dear William, and I will be the wife. Oh, I'll cut off my yellow hair and go along with you. I'll dress myself in velveteen and go and see Egypt too. I'll fight and hold the banner, love, and fortune it may smile, and we'll gather love and honor on the banks of the Nile. Your waist it is too slender, your features are too fine, your body is too weak, my love, to stand the long campaign. The sultry sons of Egypt your precious self may spoil, and the sandy desert wastes on the banks of the Nile. Oh, cursed, cursed be the day that ever wars began. They've taken out of England full many a fine young man. Our lads are going to perish on that unwelcoming soil, and they never will return from the banks of the Nile. So
that
honestly,
was terrific. That's terrific. You got about 10 or 12 minutes left, and just letting you know as you're timing it, and some donations are coming in. That's great, but we could use more. Check out the link. And AJ, anything you want to share with us?
Yeah, absolutely. A couple things that I want to say about that song, and then a couple things not about that song. That version, from what I could tell, was sort of assembled by the Young Tradition. It seems like people have the different recordings have slightly different variants, but I think some of that rhythmic stuff might have been theirs. I should ask. I just remembered it this morning, but honestly, most of the time I'm like, whoa, who is this guy? Who does he think he is? But if that girl is going to dress herself in velveteen to go and see Egypt, I think she may not be exactly prepared for an army campaign. So in addition to my own stuff that I'm doing, many of you know that I worked for the last several years prior to COVID at the Mystic Seaport Museum. And I had just taken up the position of the shanty foreman
Mantle.
and co-director of the Sea Music Festival. Thank you. See me looking for the words.
And yes, I will ask Heather. I hadn't occurred to me yet, but that was based on some of the stuff that I had read, responding to the chat. But as the Seaport has decreed that they are no longer interested in hosting a sea music festival, I recommend that everybody go to a site that they've dropped a few times. Jeff just dropped it again in the chat, which will give you information about the new Connecticut Sea Music Festival and a place that you can sign up for the mailing list to get updates about the new Connecticut Sea Music Festival, and a place that you can sign up if you're interested in volunteering for it, because we'll need a lot of those. Let me know if you have any questions via that email on the website about the festival, and if you have any questions for me specifically, email my personal email, which has also been, or my personal performer email, which I think has also been dropped there. Let's see, what haven't I sung? I have a little longer than I thought. I think I actually want to play a couple tunes. Played this a few different places, but I have a song that definitely wants to be an ending song, but this is a tune that I think has been something to hold on to through the last few years, which is Banish Misfortune. It's a slip jig. Something I always like to say about this instrument, which, I never know exactly who's in the room, but for some of the super early stuff, this instrument wasn't invented until 1829, so it wouldn't have been historically appropriate for some of it, but yeah, Irish slip jig, Banish Misfortune, which is what we all need right now. Sometimes it's nice to show off a little.
Bravo, bravo.
Thank you. Shout out to Benoit, who has heard me struggle really through attempting to sing a lot of French songs in the past. So, let's see. What do you think? One more song or two?
One more quick one, then your closer.
Okay. I'll do the song I was gonna sing earlier this morning. Short and Maui. I coming from the shape note tradition, originally I have a lot of love for the crossing that is so common in sea music of the sacred and profane, and a lot of these maritime songs that are set to hymn tunes, which I actually plan to talk about a little bit in my next set too. But so there's a version of Maui that's on Leviathan, I think, Berloyd, that has short and set to a hymn tune that I've always loved. It's an ample share of toil and care we whalemen undergo, through many a blow of frost and hail and bitter squalls of snow. The horrid isles of ice-cut tiles that deck the Arctic Sea. Haven't sung this in a long time. Think of that as we laugh and chat, rolling down to old Maui. Once more we'll sail with the northern gale, and bounding o'er the main, and the green hills of them tropical isles we soon shall see again. 6 hellish months we've passed away on the cold Kamchatka Sea, but now we're bound from the Arctic ground, rolling down to old Maui. It's a nice little pairing. Good when you need something short to slot in. All right, been saving this one. I did a few songs earlier this weekend that I got from Boarding Party, and this was one of my favorites. Love is kind to the least of men. Though he be but a drunken tar. Once I had a star-eyed maid, she was content with me to stay. Star-eyed maid, I'll sail no more. O'er that rocky ocean floor. Here's my story, let it be. May I love as she loves me. Take my body, let it be. Buried in the deep blue sea. Love is kind to the least of men. Though he be but a drunken tar. Thank you, everyone.
That was beautiful. AJ Wright, let's unmute and give AJ a round of applause. AJ Wright. That was awesome, AJ. AJ's got another stage to run to, and in about 10 minutes exactly, we're going to have an open sing here. I will no longer be the MC, for which you are probably very grateful. Rob McKeown will be MCing it. Kate Clifford will be managing the queue. Vanessa and Jeff will remain as our Zoom and tech and social hosts as we get going with the open sing, which allows me one more time and probably twice more before the end of the festival itself to encourage you all to make a donation to support the festival. And Jeff, in his brilliance, has just put the link in there. AJ, thank you. Jeff has just put the link in there and make a contribution to support the festival. If you're here for the open sing, once Kate, is Kate here? Once Kate appears, you can start putting singer in the chat, but she won't be able to see anything that doesn't exist, that exists before she shows up. So we'll wait for that for a couple of minutes. People will dive in. There are other exciting concerts being given simultaneously with this. This is our last open sing of the festival. It's only 50, that's 50 minutes long. And as I said, when Kate arrives, and I'm looking to see where she is, she's not here yet. When Kate arrives, that's when you can put your name in to the chat to say you want to sing, singer in the chat. I want to thank Jeff, and I want to thank Vanessa for their awesome work in keeping this this particular stage going, and it's been a real privilege of mine to be on this stage for probably 12 hours already during this festival. And
yeah, I was just about to interrupt to thank Nick for his indefatigable hosting.
Indefatigable. You just said a 6-syllable word. Unbelievable. But yeah, indefatigable. But I do have to get up every now and there. My legs will atrophy. And normally at a festival, you know, I'm walking around the book and bar and pointing to people to sing and passing a bucket around. Speaking of passing a bucket around, please make a donation to support the festival so we can look ahead to next year's festival in comfortable wealth. Again, Vanessa, thank you. Jeff, thank you. You guys are sticking around for this. I'll stick around too, but I'm not emceeing. That'll be Rob. I don't see Rob yet. I don't see Kate yet. When Rob shows up, I will turn it over to him and stop babbling. When Kate shows up, you can start putting your name in the chat to sing. And I'm looking to see, yeah, that was a terrific song to end that AJ did. I've been having so much fun this festival. You know, I told my wife, normally I get in the car and I drive to Portsmouth. And now that we're down to one car, she'd be without a car for the weekend. But this way I'm here, sitting in my son's old bedroom, which is why I have a background here, because you do not want to see what this room looks like. Although I think I may have more books than the book and bar does. Anyhow, once again, I'm encouraging you, and you know, so many people have given already, but I'm encouraging you, if you have not made a contribution, or if you feel that you have more to contribute, to go to the link that Jeff has put in the chat and make a donation to support the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival, not only in 2021, but next year in 2022 in Portsmouth, New Hampshire. I'm just seeing who's here. Oh, we're still waiting on Rob and on Kate, and that's fine. And there's Rob. Rob, are you with us now? You're muted. No, you're connecting to audio. That's all right, he's allowed. Unmute yourself, Rob. I mean, we love you, but you know, silence is not gold in this case. And let's see your handsome face. Hi, Rob. I'm passing the torch to you, Rob. You're going to MC this. And when I just told folks that when Kate comes on, because she's running the queue, that's when they can go into chat and put singer, because I've noticed that whoever checks the chat, if they haven't been on when something goes into the chat, they won't necessarily see it. Right. So we'll get that rolling as soon as possible. But I'm passing the Master of Ceremonies torch on to another bearded gentleman with a maritime image behind him. And Rob, just remember every 10 minutes to remind people to make donations. That's my treasurer hat I'm wearing. And Jeff will kindly put that link periodically in the chat. Thank you all. I'm going to shut up now until I put Singer in the chat. But until then, it's Rob's baby. And when Kate gets here, Kate will let us know she's here. And then you put Singer in the chat.
All right. Excellent. Well, we have a few minutes to kill. I said, oh, I'll get on early. And I'm as soon as I'm in here, it's like, here's the bridge. Off I go.
Anything to come on, Rob.
When I was in college, there was we had a lab technician, and you go downstairs and do whatever experiment. And we had this like thing running for hours. And he came in at about 10 minutes to the top of the hour and said, I'm pulling the plug. And we're like, wait, we just got 20 minutes to go. And he goes, union rules, 5 minutes washing up time, and we're out of here at 5. And he shut us down at 5 to 5, and that was the end of that. Anyway, oh, there's Kate.
Yeah, Kate's here, so you can put Singer in the chat, and we're starting in about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Bye, Rob. Bye, Kate.
Away you go. Relax. Put your feet up for a bit.
So, Rob, have you and Kate discussed how you're running this?
Yeah, I was just going to ask. We're going to work off the list that Kate's going to maintain in the background. And the one thing I need you to do for me, Kate, if you can hear me, is paste me the link again somewhere, maybe on Slack, since I
am in the process of doing that as we speak.
Thank you so much.
You are very welcome. Putting it in Slack right now.
Beautiful.
Okay, there you are. Tink. Great.
So while we're killing time, thank you, perfect. While we're killing time, I had to drop off the late night sing yesterday shortly after 11 as I got a panicked call from my wife up in Maine saying, I've got a puncture on the side of the road. What should I do?
Oh no.
And it was all fine. They were close. They were close enough to just drift into a restaurant parking lot while they waited for AAA. And then I found out that most of the little tire places are pretty much closed on a Sunday. Most. It seemed like, 9 out of 10 or 4 out of 5. But we did find one about a mile away, and God bless them, as they say. They took it in. They said, yeah, we can't get a tire for 3 to 5 days. We could put a different size one on, but we can plug this to get you home. It's 200 miles back down here. And they did it, and they didn't charge her anything. So super big props. I made her turn around. I said, how much you give him for a tip? And she told me, and I said, I think you need to go back and give him some more. So I'm going to go find them on Facebook and give them some big thumbs up.
A friend of mine many years ago, her car broke down in Maine.
Yeah.
The guy who came to tow her, she's from New York City, and he needed to get some parts. So she stayed overnight at his place. He took her to the bus, fetched her again a week later, and charged her almost nothing.
Wow. Yeah, just amazing. It was very, very pleasant. We went from like, hey, I think you might have to stay until tomorrow, at least until somewhere opens that has the tire, to, hey, they fixed it for free and I'm on the way home. So I'm going to race against time here to indulge my last few hours of the PMF before she turns up. All right, we're live in a couple of minutes.
Rob, are you seeing the spreadsheet edit?
I can see it, and I can see it updating live. Thank you.
Love it. We live in the future, and sometimes that works for us.
I'm not going to tempt fate. We'll hold that to the end and comment on how well it worked. But for now, it's like. Let me see here. And I had the good sense to drink water this afternoon. I think Chris left some beers in my fridge here, and I underestimated the potency of them there heading into the evening session. So I'm on water now for the rest of the day. Just one more minute, folks. I think we'll start. So welcome everybody. I'm sort of halfway waiting for somebody to just come in from the left-hand side and say, and you're live. But welcome to the Dashing Wave stage. I had to double check that because I'm starting to get confused with all the different stages we have here.
And you're live.
Pardon? Yeah. So yeah, if you haven't figured it out by now, all the live streams that we got are named after ships that have some association with Portsmouth. This one here is the Dashing Wave. And according to my little notes here, it wasn't the fastest, but was indeed one of the most durable clipper ships, built in 1853 in the Fernald and Pettigrew shipyard, Portsmouth, New Hampshire, and a working vessel for some 66 years or more, and did the East Coast to San Francisco route, and then ended up as a barge for the Libby Canning Company, and unfortunately it was wrecked in 1920 off Vancouver Island. So that's where we are. I want to thank you all for coming here on, I'm coming at you from lovely sunny Newburyport, just about under 30 minutes down the road from Portsmouth, where despite all weather forecasts for this weekend, it's turned out to be absolutely fantastic. And I wouldn't normally be inclined to be holed up here staring at my computer screen on such a fine day, but just seeing all your smiling faces, that giving a warm, bright glow, all of its own charm. So I'm very happy to spend a little while here with you guys. So just taking the lead from Nick, just remember that, you know, the festival here is an outdoor festival. Everything we collect, almost everything, pretty much goes to pay the artists' fees, which is a very honorable and desirable state of affairs. We use very, very little for, you know, administration, you know, print a few flyers, maybe. So any bit of contribution, donation that you can make is greatly helped, and we'll make maximum use of it. As Kate or somebody will post a link there in the chat. And then just before we get going, I just want to shout out to both our social host, Jeff Keller, and then the queue manager there, Kate Clifford, who are in the wings, who I'm sure at this stage you all know quite well. All right, we have a developing song list here. Just what's the directive there, Kate? We're going to put singer or something?
Okay. The directive is please put singer in the chat if you'd like to lead something. And then Rob will tell us who's on deck and who's not.
All right. So
and please be respectful with your lyrics, friends.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me give this a little go. Somebody pointed out the other day, be careful using the pitch pipe for no other reason that it sets an unreal expectation. It's better to just go at it and end up in a horrible key and recover naturally. All right, so I'm going to start us off here, try and get some momentum cast off. We have Jim Lucas next, and then Nick Noble, and I'll keep you updated on that there. So here's a fairly short one. Sally Brown's a girl for me, boys. Roll, boys, roll, boys, roll. Oh, Sally Brown's a girl for me, boys. Way, hey, Miss Sally Brown. We're bound away, away down south, boys. Roll, boys, roll, boys, roll. Oh, we're bound away with a bone in our mouth, boys. Way, hey, Miss Sally Brown. And we're rolling down to Trinidad to see Miss Lucy Lou. Roll, boys, roll, boys, roll. Oh, we're rolling down to Trinidad to see Miss Sally Brown. Way, hey, Miss Sally Brown. She's lovely up aloft and she's lovely down below, boys. Roll, boys, roll, boys, roll. She's lovely 'cause she loves me. That's all I need to know, boys. Way, hey, Miss Sally Brown. Now there's 40 fathoms or more below us, boys. Roll, boys, roll. Oh, there's 40 fathoms or more below us, boys. Way, hey, Miss Sally Brown. Oh, Captain Baker, now how do you stow your cargo? Roll, boys, roll. Oh, there's some stowed forward and some stowed after. Way, hey, Miss Sally Brown. Away, hey, and up she rises. Roll, boys, roll, and away, hey, and the blocks are different sizes. Way, hey, Miss Sally Brown. Oh, one more pull, don't you hear the mate a bawling? Roll, boys, roll. One more pull, that's the end of all your hauling. Way, hey, Miss Sally Brown. Up. And that's me. Thank you. All right. Jim Lucas, you're up next, and then Nick is after, and Ian Shevel, I think. So away you go. Jim, can you unmute?
Okay. I thought I'd do the Seaman's Hymn, which most of you know and can sing along with. I normally sing with a couple of friends here in Denmark, and we do it twice through, once everybody in unison, and the second time with me singing a harmony line. That's not quite going to work, so I'm going to try twice through and playing with the harmony on the concertina the second time through. Come all ye bold seamen, wherever you're bound, and always let Nelson's proud memory go round, and pray that the wars and the tumult may cease. For the greatest of gifts is a sweet lasting peace. May the Lord put an end to these cruel old wars, and bring peace and contentment to all our brave tars. Come all ye bold seamen, wherever you're bound, and always let Nelson's proud memory go round, and pray that the wars and the tumult may cease. For the greatest of gifts is a sweet lasting peace. May the Lord put an end to these cruel old wars, and bring peace and contentment to all our brave tars.
Ah, that was absolutely fantastic. Thank you, Jim. So pretty. Almost gave me goosebumps. Probably did. Can't tell if it's sweating here with the windows closed. I'm sure it was you. Magic playing. Thank you. Lovely singing. Okay, we've got Nick, Ian, and Marie France next. So, Nick, how you fixed there?
Well, I'm going to cheat a little bit. This is not a traditional song, although it's part of the folk process. Bob Barron and Burt Long were inspired in early 1950 by listening to several versions of Pay Me My Money Down, and they decided to write a sea song, which was recorded by the folk group The Terriers, which some people may remember because Alan Arkin was in it, and later by a pop version by Eddie Fisher, but the most beautiful versions are by the original Highwaymen or by the Beach Boys. But I love this song, and I sang it a few weeks ago. And I got some nice compliments, so I thought I'd give it a shot again. There is a chorus. Some of you know it. I joined the Navy to see the world, but nowhere could I find a girl as sweet as Cindy, the girl I left behind. I've sailed the wide world over, can't get her out of my mind. Cindy, oh Cindy, Cindy, don't let me down. Write me a letter soon, and I'll be homeward bound. I see her face in every wave, her lips kiss every breeze, her loving arms reach out to me, her calm and stormy seas. At night I pace the lonely deck, caressed by memories. Cindy, oh Cindy, Cindy, don't let me down. Write me a letter soon, and I'll be homeward bound. I know my Cindy's waiting as I walk the decks alone. Her loving arms reach out to me. Soon I'll be heading home. Then my sailing days will be over. No more will I roam. Cindy, oh Cindy, Cindy, don't let me down. Write me a letter soon, and I'll be homeward bound. Now, I think you've heard enough of me for today. Please make a donation.
Nick, that's fantastic. I love that one. I think I heard Eddie Fisher, like Mr. Doo-Wop at one time, singing it. And but I
a lot of folks have recorded it.
Of course,
from,
yeah.
From
and
folk and maritime to rock and roll.
Yeah, when I think I heard you the other day, I went, hey, I've got that here. And I whipped out the album and I said, but I love your version. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, your little exhortation there for a donation, and that won't count as the 10-minute interval one. We'll come back to it after the next song. Also, folks, yeah, if you want to sing a song here, just put chat in the singer there. Kate is keeping a list. We have some spots. We'll keep going on here. Thank you. Excellent. All the details for contributing ahead of my 10-minute schedule. All right, so who we got next? Ian, are you there? And after that, Mary France, and then Jeff Keller is going to give it a lash. So, Ian, where are we? Can I see you there? You off mute?
Hi, good evening. I'm going to sing a Cicely Fox Smith poem. 2014, there was a celebratory concert to raise money for a headstone for Cicely's grave in the village of Bow in Devon, which is 50 or 60 miles up the road from me here in Cornwall. And one of the organisers, Sylvie Watts, did this arrangement for this poem. And it deals with the loss of someone at sea and the way that sailors would use their kit between them in a waste not, want not sort of format. I don't want none of his stuff, said Bill. No, I don't want none of his gear. And I don't want things I've known him use, nor things I've seen him wear. No, it ain't such things as them he said, and that's the truth, my son. That'll make me think of Mike, me pal. Now Mike is dead and gone. There's Blue-Nosed Pete who wants his palm, and the knife he wouldn't sell. And Jakey wants his Gutsy boots, 'cause his own they leak like hell. And one wants this, and one wants that, the way chaps do at sea. Well, let them take the pig, says I, they can have the lot for me. And they can have his teakwood chest, with a painting as he did, of the Southern Cross of Sydney Head, full sail inside the lid. The marlin spike he always used, and the bottle ship he made, rolling up to the Western Isles, close haul on a northeast trade. For me and Mike were pals, says he, and I couldn't bring me mind to wrangle like a greedy gull, or the gear he left behind. We sailed together rough and smooth, we stuck it sink or swim, and it ain't Max bits of things I'll want to make me think of him. It's sun and stars and fog and frost and blue weather and grey, and big seas curling green as glass afore they break in spray. The sudden dark on tropic seas drop down like a blind that's drawn, and stormy sunsets off the cape and strange landfalls at dawn. It's drunkers shouting scraps of songs in waterfront saloons, and two-string fiddles chink girls play from thrumming queer old tunes. The papery sound the palm trees make when offshore winds are waking, the fellas singing out on the brace, the royal crew are shaking. It's things you eat and things you drink in every port you know, the raspy twang of Spanish wine and mule trains tinkling slow, the steamy reek of eastern towns and stuffy smoky smells in shrines where fat pot-bellied God sits smiling to the cells. It's things you see and things you do and things you feel and hear that bring the dead alive again and make the old near new. No, it ain't Mike's bits of things I want, and that's God's truth, my son, that'll make me think of Mike, me pal. Now Mike is dead and gone. Ashley Fox Smith.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Thank you. So beautiful. Thank you, Ian. Wonderful. I hate to ask for money after that. It's really good. But here is our little commercial break. As you know, it's an all sort of volunteer donation based festival, typically outdoors. And so every little bit that's contributed, practically everything goes to pay the artists. And so if you could hit up one of the links there when you get a moment, either today during the festival or sometime when it next occurs to you, some little bit of guilt, come back and give us a little donation to feed into next year. And the other thing I wanted to say is it would be, we've got the best of both worlds. I mean, we've got sort of the best of one good world here with the online, and that we can all get together from very distant places, something that's not practical when it's in one place. Some go and some don't. So that's got its own charm, but I really look forward to getting together with most of you in person somewhere. Just a reminder, if you want to sing a song, and we've got plenty of slots there, just put singer in the chat and Kate will put you in the roster. And let's keep going here. So that was Ian. So Marie France, I think I saw you post the lyrics there. Richard, that you guys going to sing together there. And then after that, Jeff, you're up, and Alexis. So Marie, I keep calling you Marie France, but Marie, désolé.
No, Marie-France is correct, Rob. It's a double-barreled name.
Okay, d'accord.
They don't
Merci.
English in the English world, but they do in French.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Rob. And sorry, Ian, I meant to press Shift Enter, and I just pressed Enter, so my chorus went first. I'm putting it back now, as well as the name of the song, which you probably guessed in between. Some of the port in France, I'm from Belgium, by the way, but I sing mainly from France. Some of the songs in France, some of the port in France, I'll get there, you could not sail to actually the port. So what they'd have to do is send probes, guys, whatever, overboard for people onshore to pull the ship into the port. So you would have lots of people, women, children, retired sailors, whatever. When the ship arrived, they would be all there pulling. It's quite, sorry, I didn't quite hear. Oh yes, Jeff following me. Jeff, this is a fairly short song. Alouella, falaloué, 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 alouella, falaloué, la la nuit, le jour, il faut errer. À louer la fa, la louer, fa, la louer, fa, la louer. À louer la fa, la louer. La belle hôtesse m'attend ce souhait. À louer la fa, la louer, fa, la louer, fa, la louer. À louer, fa, la louer. Buvons un coup à sa santé. À louer la fa, la louer, fa, la louer, fa, la louer. À louer la fa, la louer. Ma pauvre vieille t'est condamnée. À louer la fa, la louer, fa, la louer, fa, la louer. À louer la fa, la louer. À PMMF, on va chanter.
Oh, merci beaucoup, Marie-France et Richard. Belgique, j'habite à Bruxelles depuis 2 ans, il y a longtemps.
Ah, okay.
I used to live in Brussels years ago before I came to America, so I kind of like that place. Beer and chocolate, what's not to like?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Yeah, that's a great song. Thank you for always giving us the lyrics. I do actually go read them sometimes in the background later on, so thank you. All right, we'll move along here, Jeff. That was longer than I was expecting, given the preamble. I had visions of you like this, ready to go, and go, Jeff. So after Jeff, we'll have Alexis and then Kate. And anyone who's recently joined, you want to sing, just put singer in the chat, and someone will write your name down and put you on the list. Thank you. Away you go, Jeff.
All right. I seem to be singing a lot of songs I learned from Barry Finn this weekend, but here's another. Juliana, Juliana, where do you go? Ha ha, me London Julie. Juliana, Juliana, where do you go? Ha ha, me London Julie. Oh, we went for a loving walk. Ha ha, me London Julie. And we had such a loving talk. Ha ha, me London Julie. Juliana, Juliana, where do you go? Ha ha, me London Julie. Juliana, Juliana, where do you go? Ha ha, me London Julie. She took me to her favorite park, ha ha, me London Julie. And there we stayed till after dark, ha ha, me London Julie. Juliana, Juliana, where do you go? Ha ha, me London Julie. Juliana, Juliana, where do you go? Ha ha, me London Julie. She swore that she'd be true to me, ha ha, me London Julie. She spent my payday fast and free, ha ha, me London Julie. Juliana, Juliana, where do you go, ha ha, me London Julie. Juliana, Juliana, where do you go, ha ha, me London Julie. When last this fair maid I did see, ha ha, me London Julie, A soldier had her on his knee. Ha ha, me London Julie. Juliana, Juliana, where do you go? Ha ha, me London Julie. Juliana, Juliana, where do you go? Ha ha, me London Julie.
Excellent, Jeff. Thank you. That I first heard that at the press room. So every time I hear it, all I think about the press room and that whole group. Wonderful stuff. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll go to another song. I'll have something to say after that. Let me look at my clock. Yeah. Not time to beg here. So after Jeff, yeah, Alexis, Kate, and Lynn just squeaked in it there at the end. Thank you, Lynn. Guys, this is pretty much, I think, the last open song we're having singing the festival. You know, there's the shanty blast after. So it's no time to be shy. You'll be kicking yourself you didn't sing because you'll have to wait till the next thing to get in there. So yeah, just put your name, singer, or else we might have to sing another round. And whatever about the others, you might not want to hear me. All right. Alexis, if you could take us away, then Kate and Lynn. Thank you.
Yes. So, I'm gonna do a pretty traditional piece. Randy Dandia. Now we are ready to head for the Horn. Way, roll and go. Our boots and our clothes, boys, are all in the pond. To me, rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Heave up all and heave away. Way, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored. To me, rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Soon we'll be warping her out through the locks. Way, hey, roll and go. Where the pretty young gals all come down in their flocks to be rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Heave up all, oh heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored to be rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Come press the bars, bullies, heave her away. Way, hey, roll and go. Soon we'll be rolling her way down the bay to me rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Heave up all, oh heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored to me rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Sing goodbye to Sally and goodbye to Sue. Way, hey, roll and go. For we are the boys who can kick her through to me rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Heave up all, oh heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored to me rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Oh man the stout capstan and heave with a will. Way, hey, roll and go. Soon we'll be driving her way down the hill to me rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Heave up all, oh heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored to me rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Heave away, bullies, ye parish rig bums. Way, hey, roll and go. Take your hands from your pockets and don't suck your thumbs to me rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Heave up all, oh heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored to me rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Roust her up, bullies, the wind's drawing free. Way, hey, roll and go. Let's get the glad rags on and drive her to sea to me rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Heave up all, oh heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored to me rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. We're outward bound for Vallejo Bay. Way, hey, roll and go. Get crackin', my lads, 'tis a hell of a way to me rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Heave up all, oh heave away. Way, hey, roll and go. The anchor's on board and the cable's all stored to me rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. To me rollickin' Randy Dandy-o. Pardon the lyric slips. It's been a long weekend.
Oh, wow. No, that was fantastic. I really did not want that to stop. I looked at the clock here and said, you could keep going for another 20 minutes. I'd love it. Fantastic. I heard I was on Edith and Bennett and they were rowing and they sang a version of it and I was like, oh, that's a fantastic version. And then you come along, and I'm not going to compare them. They're all fantastic in their own way, but yeah, you could have just sang for the rest of the hour. I would have not come back and then do it again. So thank you very, very much. In case you folks don't know the history and looking at who's here, I think pretty much everyone does. So I'm not going to go over the history of the festival itself to say, we're in the 20 plus one or two, depending on how you count it. We had the first generation, and the new board was reconstituted, and we got the whole thing going again, and hopefully keeping it going. And like so much of the world, we've been struggling with COVID, but we so hope, we're fully intent on keeping it going, and so hope to get back in person, shoulder to shoulder, and the whole thing. Next year. And in the meantime, we'll keep going, doing the best we can, and trying to keep community and connections going. So again, if anyone feels like donating, we make maximal use of whatever donations you make. You'll find links there in the chat. You'll find links on the website. And yeah, just keep following the website. We'll keep updating that with developments. We have monthly sings. I hope we will keep those going. Maybe we won't take a break after this, but we'll see. I just feel like that. I got up this morning and said, oh my God, I don't want to sing another song. And yet here we are. And I'm sure I'll be fine again tomorrow. All right, well, we'll move on here. There's still some space before we have to start going around the horn, looping it again. But up next is, I think, Kate, yes, then Len Phipps, and we'll see who comes up next. See if anybody wants to pop in. Please put Singer in, give it a go. We're all friends here. So, Kate, thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Titanic left Southampton with all its sport and its games. But when she struck that iceberg, their minds had changed. 'Cause God moved on the water. April the 14th day, God moved on the water. Everybody had to run and pray. The mothers told their daughters on a pleasure trip they might go. But when she struck that iceberg, they never were seen anymore. No, 'cause God moved on the water. April 14th day, God moved on the water. Everybody had to run and pray. Carpathia gave them a warning. Captain Smith did not take heed. Instead of heeding that warning, he ran with the greatest speed. 'Cause God moved on the water. April 14th day, God moved on the water. Everybody had to run and pray. One man, John Jacob Astor, he was a man of pluck and brains. When he saw that ship was sinking, women and children he tried to save. 'Cause God moved on the water. April the 14th day, God moved on the water. Everybody had to run and pray. He kissed his wife for the last time when the boiler, it did explode. He took her down to those lifeboats, said, I'll never see you anymore. No, 'cause God moved on the water. April the 14th day, God moved on the water. Everybody had to run and pray. The 14th day of April, 1912, Titanic had a wreck with an iceberg. She went down forever to dwell. 'Cause God moved on the water. April 14th day, God moved on the water. Everybody had to run and pray. Now, the story of that shipwreck is almost too sad to tell. 1,600 went down forever to dwell. 'Cause God moved on the water. April the 14th day, God moved on the water. Everybody had to run and pray. That's sometimes called Titanic, but it's actually known as God Moved on the Water. It comes from the singing of Bessie Jones and the Georgia Sea Island Singers, but I learned it from Tom Gibney of Poor Old Horse.
Well, that's absolutely fantastic. And I'm sure the folks are having a great time on those other channels, but I think they missed something special there. So really good stuff. Just so beautiful. Thank you. All right. I think we'll go to Lynn next. Thank you for volunteering. We've got some slots there, and after Lynn, if nobody else wants to do one, we'll go around and start from the top. And we've got about, I don't know, just under 20 minutes. I think we have to stop at 10 before the hour, that the other guys get ready for the big event. So the window of opportunity to sing a few songs is closing. All right, Lynn, in your own time. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. When you said volunteering, I thought you might have been volunteering in another context. So I have volunteered to be your social host from 25 minutes from now. I put a note in the chat to ask if you would co-host me, ready for my role. I don't think you've seen it, so if you could, I'd be grateful. Okay, Maha. So I'm going to sing you a song. I'm going to sing a song.
So singer and technical volunteers all roll into one. That's fantastic. Thank you.
Right. No, I'm not volunteering to be your Zoom tech, but social host, I'm happy to do. So I'm across the other side of the pond, so I'm having to do that kind of takeaway. I've just come from Portland, Oregon. I was doing some stuff there, so I've moved from -8 hours to -5 hours, which is feeling a lot closer actually. Anyway, I'm going to sing a song which I understand no one has sung yet, which is one of my favorites. I went down to Sammy's bar. Hey, the last boats are leaving by the shore at Pieta. Call away the dice are. Maria, she was there. Hey, the last boats are leaving. There was sand all in her hair. Call away the dice are. How did sand get in your hair? Hey, the last boats are leaving. Darling Johnny, put it there. Call away the dice are. Been with Johnny all day. Hey, the last boats are leaving down the Ganjafia Bay. Call away the dice on. He's a better man by far. Hey, the last boats are leaving, 'cause he drives a Yankee car. Call away the dice on. I went out from Sammy's bar. Hey, the last boats are leaving. Had to hire a Yankee car. Call away the dice on. 14 days I drank no wine. Hey, the last boats are leaving, saving for that love of mine. Call away the dice on. Then one day in Portsmouth Square, hey, the last boats are leaving. At a paper I did stare. Call away the dice on. Johnny tried
Call away the dice. Oh. There you go. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So dreamy. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And sorry about the jet lag. That's a bit of all. All right, nothing like the looming deadline. We got a couple other singers coming out of left field, so thank you, folks. You're capturing them there. Kate, what was I going to say? Yes, Christy Moore, a line he immortalized in the great song Listun Varna. Somewhere he goes, anyone for the last few chalk ices, which is like an ice cream kind of candy thing, which we always loved as kids. Stocks are running low, time slots are almost gone. So anyone for the last few song slots, give it a lash. All right, Benoit, short notice. I think if you're up for it, well, absolutely sing a song for us. That would be great. I don't see you. Okay, hang on. Who's Benoit? Benoit. Anyone see him there?
He just messaged us a moment ago.
Benoit is there, and he's rather dark.
Oh,
Benoit.
I see you. Hello, Benoit.
Benoit is there, but without proper camera. Camera
Okay.
is not working, but the
That's
microphone is working.
Oh,
So
go for it.
I'm
Good answer.
able to sing. Can I do?
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
Well, my song was collected in Vendée, in the western part of France, maritime area. It deals with an improbable fight between the French Navy and 14 Portuguese ships. Le 31 du mois d'août, nous sommes mis à la voile. Dans notre chemin, avons rencontré 14 navires portugais. Dans notre chemin, avons rencontré 14 navires portugais. Les Portugais ont signalé si l'on voulait s'y battre, si l'on voulait s'y rendre à eux, le Portugais prétend faire feu. Si l'on voulait s'y rendre à eux, le Portugais prétend faire feu. Le commandant n'a pas voulu, voyant la nuit venir. Le commandant n'a pas voulu, voyant la nuit venir. Il aimait mieux espérer le jour, afin de les contenter tous. Il aimait mieux espérer le jour, afin de les contenter tous. Il fallait voir sur tous ces ponts, ce n'était que feu et flamme. Il fallait voir sur tous ces ponts, ce n'était que feu et flamme. Tous les dallots ne suffisaient pas, le sang coulait de haut en bas. Tous les dallots ne suffisaient pas, le sang coulait de haut en bas. Ça vous apprendra portugais à bien vouloir vous battre. Ça vous apprendra portugais à bien vouloir vous battre. Si vous n'étiez si près du bord, vous ne rentreriez jamais au port. Si vous étiez si près du port, vous ne rentreriez jamais au port. C'est la frégate, la Gendéon, qui ramène nos malades, qui les ramène jusqu'à Toulon. C'est la frégate, la Gendéon, qui les ramène jusqu'à Toulon. C'est la frégate, la Gendéon. La frégate, la Gendéon. Merci.
Oh, merci beaucoup.
Bravo, Benoît.
Désolé pour le micro, pour la caméra, pour le.
Even in the dark. Yeah, sing a mining song. Perfect backdrop.
I hope you enjoyed the song.
No, we heard you very, very well, and thank you so much. I think, yeah, probably time, looking at the clock here, maybe just one more, we'll squeeze in under the wire. I want to thank all you folks here for coming along. Yeah, what great supporting this wonderful community. I was just thinking about it earlier. You know, I tend to surround myself with people like yourself, our little community, and then I get a distorted view of how popular all this stuff is. And then I go out into the real world and people have no idea what we're doing here in our little community, globally dispersed as it may be. So this is fantastic. And I can't think of a finer way to spend a sunny fall New England day than hanging out with you guys. So remember the festival virtual online this year. Really hope we'll get in person next year, and we could do with any sponsorship help. Which reminds me, on our website, we've got a page that lists our corporate sponsors, and corporate's a very grand word, but it's really local businesses who helped us out too. So please check those guys out. And if you find yourself in the Portsmouth area, go check them out. Tell them, I did the same. There's a guy building a boat out in Western Mass, and I bought the t-shirt and the hat, and discovered the fellow in town here bought the little community cinema. I went in one day with the hat. I wasn't going to the cinema. They just said, man, I just wanted to come in and say, I love what you do out there in Western Mass, supporting those guys. And then he said, shh, the movie's on. So we had to go out in the street and start talking. I didn't know. Anyway, yeah, so help us out with donations, or, you know, as next year's festival and other activities evolve, we've always got need for volunteer help and all the rest. And if that doesn't work for you, just come and sing songs with us. It'll be fantastic. Or play instruments. I always love and hear those concertinas in there. All right. Maybe one last song. I know I saw you on the chat there, Judy, but not on Kate's list. Does that mean you're up for it, or?
She should have been on the list. That's probably a tech issue.
Oh, no worries. No, but if you're there, Judy, and like to sing us out, that would be fantastic. I'm not seeing it now. Anyone?
Judy from North Carolina, where are you? Oh, her camera's here. Judy, you're muted.
I was looking for the name. There I have you in my eye. What was that movie? Was that? I can't remember which one, but I have you in my eye, sir.
Judy, you're muted, but we'd
love
to
come off
hear
mute
you.
there, Judy, please. I can ask you to unmute, but I can't unmute you.
Okay.
Hey! And you have the
Sorry.
the honor and great distinction of singing us out. So thank you so much.
This is a new computer for me, and I forgot that I have a tendency to freeze if I don't plug myself into my hardwire. And one of the reasons I'd like to sing this is because I've been trying to find out where this songwriter has disappeared to. I met her probably 20 years ago, and she's from the Gloucester, Salem, Massachusetts area, I think, possibly New Hampshire. Her name was Faye Coffey, or Fabry Coffey. And she sang, she wrote this song called Seasons of a Sailor. I'm a little out of breath moving towards my hardwire, but hopefully I'll get it through. Okay. Springtime of a lady is full of, let me catch my breath. Springtime of a lady is full of sun and flowers. A gentle breeze comes sailing in to while away the hours. The nights go on forever, they seem to last so long. I'm lonely now, but I'd be okay if the stars would just be gone. Don't ever love a sailor, you'll soon find out it's true. He's got another lady that he loves as much as you. Her ribs are made of oaken beams, she races with the wind. Her lines are strong and graceful, and he'll dream of her again. Summer of a sailor out on the sea alone is full of waves and weather and devils all his own. The sun can shine like golden rain and cleanse him in the breeze. Oh, hurry now, you 4 strong winds, and blow him home to me. Don't ever love a sailor, you'll soon find out it's true. He's got another lady that he loves as much as you. Her ribs are made of oaken beams, she races with the wind. Her lines are strong and graceful, and he'll dream of her again. Autumn of a sailor is full of love and warmth. The lamp is on, he's with me now. The seas are full of storms. The nights are warm and gentle, our hearts are on the mend. The 2 of us are lost in love, the stars again, my friend. Don't ever love a sailor, you'll soon find out it's true. He's got another lady that he loves as much as you. Her ribs are made of oaken beams, she races with the wind. Her lines are strong and graceful, and he'll dream of her again. Winter of a sailor is full of long goodbyes, sad farewells, a wave, a smile, burning in my eyes. He's lost on my horizon, he's off to warmer seas. The southern stars will guide him, there's a whisper on the breeze. It says, don't ever love a sailor, you'll soon find out it's true. He's got another lady that he loves as much as you. Her ribs are made of oaken beams, she races with the wind. Her lines are strong and graceful, and he'll dream of her again. I just love that. So if anyone knows who Faye Coffey is, if she still exists somewhere, I would love to know.
Oh, that's wonderful, Judy. Thank you so much for doing that. We can all come off mute now and give Judy and everybody else a big old hand. Thank you. And double thanks there, Judy, you know, dealing with that traditional maritime hazard of humping and heaving laptops and computers and links out of breath. Thank you for trying that. All right. So I think that's the end of our open sing. I think folks are gathering here for the Shanty Blast, which should be a wonderful and fitting end to the festival. So we'll just hang here for a few minutes, and that kicks off, I think, at 4. I'm waiting for the next MC.
Some of us here would also like to say thank you to the PMFF, because they must have been working quite hard to actually organise this. And you know, they always forget to thank themselves, you know, just because a bit of modesty gets in the way. So thank yourself and cheer. You've all done a good, hard job.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah. That's so kind.
Thank you very much.
A lot of people are going to sleep well this week. So, okay, I see you there, Chris. Are you ready? All right, wonderful, folks. I'm going to now hand over to our esteemed president of the PMFF, the guy who keeps it all running smoothly, keeps us all on track. It's been sort of stressful, but friendly stress. But Chris is a calming voice in the middle of some of the chaos. But it came together wonderfully. So I'll let you do the wrap up and all that stuff after the end. I'm sure you'll have your own words.
I'm glad this is being recorded, because Chris will now have forever the phrase, Chris is a calming voice. That's good. not something
that is a relative statement, I think, having worked with you guys.
Not something my parents ever said, I think.
All right, Chris, you have the bridge.
Thank you, Rob. And again, we've got 5 minutes until the grand finale takes place. So we can chat a bit. But yes, as I think I walked in on, thank you to everybody. And I'll say this again once we're actually at the hour. But all the listeners, everyone who participated in the open sings, the tech volunteers, the board, the advisors, just everybody involved. 2 years ago, we thought the festival was going to be over. And a bunch of people said, no, we can't do that. And then last year, we thought we were going to have a festival, and then we didn't. And then we thought we were going to have one in person this year, and then we didn't. So fingers crossed for next year. I hope to see many or all of you in Portsmouth. But if not, if this mess continues, well, we figured out a lot of things this weekend. So
yeah, it's funny. We got close to going live. I mean, we left it till the last minute. It's like, no, pull out.
Well, now it looks like we know what we're doing. That's a good point. And now it looks like we know what we're doing.
The second house you build is always easier, right?
Indeed.
Not always true of the second kid, by the way, but that's all right.
That's fair.
Chris, I was telling folks earlier, I set in my role as treasurer a goal in my head for this festival for raising money, and we are so close to that goal. I'm so excited. So if someone can pop the link onto the chat, we have a lot of people on now, and hopefully that we could get a couple of more donations to reach that goal. We've had 31 people give gifts just during this festival. And I'm so grateful to every single one of them for stepping up and making a contribution. But contributions have come from the singers performing and from the volunteers doing their work. And yes, from the board members who, endured hours sitting in a chair without standing up. Is that a maritime hazard? To get stuff done, and the hours that people have put in and the enthusiasm that everyone has shown. Audience, performer, host, board member, volunteer, family member walking in the room going, what the heck is that on the screen? The enthusiasm these people have shown, all of us. Rob mentioned earlier, it's a community, it's a family, but I like to think that we're doing our best. We've had people from multiple countries tuning into the online, and while we all may say we'd rather be live in person, the fact that the opportunity is there for people from around the world to take part in this makes me very, very happy. The link is in the chat. Please donate if you haven't already. Thank you so much if you already have. And now this is the last time I'm talking at this festival. The rest is all up to you.
Thank you, Nick. You've done a ton of emceeing, and I know that the sitting in a chair is not always a great idea, and even emceeing is hard on the voice. We got a couple minutes if anyone else wants to just chat for a bit, although do keep in mind that you're being streamed.
So there's some songs we shouldn't sing.
Well, I did tell YouTube that this stream was not for children.
I think that's wise of you, yes.
Mostly because it triggers a whole bunch of child safety warranties.
Yeah. Of course. Chris, do we have an order for this sing, or are you just going to call folks?
I have an order.
Okay.
Yes, I will be calling on people.
Okay.
So for those of you who haven't seen this before, this is a tradition at the Portsmouth Maritime Folk Festival, as at some others, for the grand finale, just one number from each performer, kind of rapid fire. Some of you have seen a stupid viral video. A man steps out of a crowd and you'll never believe what happens next. And it's like, yeah, I would, because he was a performer at a festival and that's what he was asked to do, but all right. So yeah, we're just gonna have one final number from each of our performers. It's so much better when we're all standing in a crowd in Market Square in downtown Portsmouth and the weather is as lovely as it is today. I don't know if you can actually, it's just sun washing out there. The weather's gorgeous. It would have been a perfect festival weekend. But standing in Market Square, all singing together, singing the choruses on these songs, it's a beautiful and magical thing. This is the best we can do this year. But next year, fingers crossed.
I want to say something, Chris.
Please, Persis.
I had for this afternoon 3 devices with 3 different rooms, and I would volume up on each one in succession. And oh my goodness, this was fabulous. If I do say so myself, being on the board and being part of the planning committee, this was so much fun. I hope you guys had as much fun as I did. Oh, and boy, am I glad that we are recording everything that will get out soon, because I want to go back and watch things again.
There's
Yeah.
watch all the stuff I missed.
Very much seconding that. Yeah.
Me too. It was fabulous.
That is a trade-off. When we do this live and in person, we get to hear everyone singing together, but we can't go back and watch the stuff we missed when we were in one venue. Well, this year we can. Go back and watch the entire festival's content. We need to do some editing of the Zoom recordings, but the YouTube stream is up and we'll stay there. We might trim some stuff, but
I wonder how far I'll get, like insisting that we project it on the family TV downstairs now next weekend for the whole weekend.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
They left me for the weekend knowing I was going to do this. They're literally about an hour away, but I'm just holed up here in the attic for the whole weekend.
Consider the possibility that technically slightly different, you could record the live one.
The infrastructure is considerable. We do intend going forward, though, to, if at all possible, stream one of the venues from the live performance. That was part of our plans this year, is to make at least one venue streamed for people around the world to share. So it's now 4:00. I'll formally kick this off. Thank you once again to everybody involved with this year's festival. These are weird times. This is a weird festival, but we're weird people, so that's okay. All of the tech volunteers who came out of the woodwork, out of the ether, out of the internet to make this go, to make this work. Persis for doing most of the work of recruiting and wrangling those volunteers and training them. To Jamie and Kate and Persis and Gail for basically putting the festival together, the actual nuts and bolts, the schedule, getting the artists lined up, and getting all the venues sorted. Thank you to Nick, our treasurer, to Rob, our webmaster. Thank you to the advisory committee. And I want to emphasize that one of the reasons that the festival almost ended was that the board was kind of burned out. We don't want that to happen again. We want lots of volunteers involved in the day-to-day, the year-round planning. If you're interested in helping out, if you've just got a couple of hours a month to just offer some good ideas, that's fine. If you've got the time to do a lot of legwork and planning, that's great. But if you want to be involved, you can be. We have a place for you. Let us know. Drop us a line at our email address. Thank you to all of the donors. Thank you to our supporters who gave both donations and thank you gifts for our donors. I'm putting that link in the chat. Next time you're in Portsmouth, drop in on them and say thanks. And thank you to all of the performers who are going to give us one last song before we go. And I hope you're all singing along at home with them. So here we go, our grand finale, and kicking it off, Bounding Main.
Hello. Ahoy, thank you so much for everything you've done today. We've had an amazing time, and this is just such a unique and just stellar festival. Thank you so much. We're going to do a song called Ocean Liner, which is a really great, fun song. The verse tells one story, and the chorus tells you something a little bit different.
1, 2. As I was a-fishing up in the Gulf, out on the open sea, I think of those pretty girls back on shore and wish that they were out here with me. So step on board the ocean liner, step on board without delay, me lads. Step on board, there's nothing finer, and together we'll sail away. Well, I made up me mind to follow the waves, hearing of good returns. And the very next morning I found myself prodding at me stomach, it began to churn. So step on board the ocean liner, step on board without delay, me lads. Step on board, there's nothing finer, and together we'll sail away. 20 bloody 4 hours a day, with me eyes hanging out of me head. 24 hours barely making a wage, and wish that I was bloody well dead. So step on board the ocean liner, step on board without delay, me lads. Step on board, there's nothing finer, and together we'll sail away. Well, I'm a long way from mother up here in the Gulf, a long way from family. She's right there. And I'm a bloody long way from being a sailor like me mother also wanted me to be. So step on board the ocean liner, step on board without delay, me lads. Step on board, there's nothing finer, and together we'll sail away. Well, the captain's a big man, he stands so high, his head's nearly touching the rigging. And the crew, they're all chuckling. What are you doing, guys? So I think they left the land of the living. So step on board the ocean liner, step on board without delay, me lads. Step on board, there's nothing finer, and together we'll sail away. Well, we're catching and shelling and sword and prawns, till they bloody will come out of our ears. And the cook gives me chills in more ways than one, and I think I'm on my very last run. So step on board the ocean liner, step on board without delay, me lads. Step on board, there's nothing finer, and together we'll sail away. Step on board the ocean liner, step on board without delay, me lads. Step on board, there's nothing finer, and together we'll sail away. And together we will sail away.
Thank you, Bounding Maine. All right.
Thank you.
Ahoy!
Ahoy, Bounding Maine.
Ahoy, mates!
Going from Wisconsin to Connecticut, Linz Moran, give us a shanty.
Hey, thanks, Chris. I'll give us something shanty adjacent. This is a song that's been coming around and landing in my ears a lot recently, and I think it's really, really appropriate for the times. Sung it a couple other times this weekend, but I want to sing it again right now. Though my sails be torn and tattered, and the mast be turned about, let the night wind chill me to my very soul. And though the spray might sting my eyes, and the stars no light provide, give me just another morning light to hold, and I will not lie me down this rain a-raging. I will not lie me down in such a storm. And if this night be unblessed, I shall not take my rest till I reach another shore. Though the only water left is but salt to wound my thirst, I will drink the rain that falls so steady down. And though night's blindness be my gift, and there be thieves upon my drift, I will praise this fog that shelters me along. And I will not lie me down this rain a-raging. I will not lie me down in such a storm. And if this night be unblessed, I shall not take my rest till I reach another shore. Though my mates be drained and weary, and believe their hopes are lost, there's no need for their bones on this blackened bottom. And though death waits just off the bow, they shall not answer to him now. He shall stand to face the morning without us, and I will not lie me down this rain a-raging. I will not lie me down in such a storm. And if this night be unblessed, I shall not take my rest till I reach another shore. And if this night be unblessed, I shall not take my rest till I reach another shore.
Thank you, Linz. And going from Connecticut to a Connecticut native currently in the UK, Larry Kaplan.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you to all who put this wonderful festival together. It's really been an honor being a part of this, and something I've I've loved and watched for many years. So thank you for having me. I keep thinking of the words of a song that I want to sing. You're bound to go sailing again. In light of the past year, it's been a hard year for lots of people, lots of organizations. But it does help. It helped me when I wrote this song to keep thinking that better times are ahead and you are bound to go sailing again. This is a song for the Bowden. Well, you sail the cold waters of the great northern bay. I stick on your rigging, lee rail under the waves, and the snow on your canvas like a winter gull's wing. Oh, all the times you've been through. And now you've got hard times, and now you lie still, and you're fast to the anchor and chain. Broken and tired, summer winds pass you by, but you're bound to go sailing again. Well, you cleared out of Booth Bay on a gentle south swell, with a breeze on your quarter, how that bow rose and fell. There are those who remember so much more than they'll tell. All the times you've been through. Greenland and Baffin and the White Labrador, in the winds and the terrible snow. When they carried their ice picks just to bring you about, in the light from the lanterns below. So rest, lady, rest from the fog and the gales. Let the harbor protect you. Let the sun dry your sails. Let 100 old sailors tell their saltiest tales. The hardest of times you've been through. And we'll see your mass mingle with the spruce and the pine, and we'll bow as we all pass you by. For a boat is more patient than a sailor can be when the sun and the wind fill his eyes. And now you've got hard times, and now you lie still, and you're fast to the anchor and chain. Broken and tired, summer winds pass you by, but you're bound to go sailing again. You're bound to go sailing again.
Thank you, Larry. And heading back to New England into Maine, we have Edith and Bennett keeping the culture in agriculture and other amazing work song preservation and interpretation.
And on boats. Well, Edith had to move on to her next commitment, so you get me here for this. And Larry just sang that Bowden song, and so thank you, Larry. It's been really fun performing with Larry this weekend in the same room digitally as Larry this weekend. And we sing. The Bowden sometimes comes ashore here up on the Hard for work at Front Street Shipyard in Belfast, Maine. So nice to hear a Bowden song. And let's see. I wanted to sing One More Day, because that's every day I wake up during this pandemic and think, okay, one more day of this. We can do it. We can do one more day. So feel free to sing along with. And I'm just going to check my levels. Looking good. Here we go. Can't you hear the captain calling one more day? And can't you hear the babies bawling one more day? Well, put on your long-tail blues, me Johnnies, one more day. Make your port and take your pay, me Johnnies, one more day. It's only one more day, me Johnnies, one more day. Come rock and roll me over one more day. Well, can't you hear the old man growling one more day? And don't you hear that mate a-howling one more day? Well, it's only one more day a-rolling one more day. And can't you hear them gulls a-calling one more day? It's only one more day, me Johnnies, one more day. Come rock and roll me over one more day. It's only one more day, me Johnnies, one more day. Come rock and roll me over one more day. It's only one more day a-furling, one more day. And only one more day a-cursing, one more day. So put on your long-tail blues, me Johnnies, one more day. Make your port and take your pay, me Johnnies, one more day. It's only one more day, me Johnnies, one more day. Come rock and roll me over one more day. It's only one more day, me Johnnies, one more day. Come rock and roll me over one more day. Well, we're homeward bound today, me Johnnies, one more day. And we'll leave her without sorrow, Johnnies, one more day. Won't you pack your bags today, me Johnnies? One more day. Well, we'll leave her without sorrow, Johnnies. One more day. It's only one more day, me Johnnies. One more day. Come rock and roll me over. One more day. It's only one more day, me Johnnies. One more day, rock and roll me over. One more day. Thanks,
Thank you,
everybody.
Bennett. And continuing the Maine theme, Maine native, now in Massachusetts, Jerry Bryant.
This is a rarely heard shanty that was excavated from Hugel, but Cicely Fox Smith first collected it. It was excavated by a Montreal singer named Shondager, and there were only 2 verses originally collected, so it's been filled out a little bit, but a wonderful little anchor song. I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away. For the sake of you, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling. For the sake of you, my darling, I'm bound away. I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away. Bound to sail the bitter ocean, I'm bound away, my darling, full of hope and all devotion, I'm bound away. I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away. Bound away to California, I'm bound away, my darling, every day I'm gone, I'll mourn ya, I'm bound away. I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away. So gold to win for you, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, gold to prove I'm true, my darling, I'm bound away. I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away. So dry your tears and have no sorrow, I'm bound away, my darling, though the clipper sails tomorrow, I'm bound away. I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away. Oh, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away, my darling, I'm bound away.
Thank you, Jerry. And those of you who've been to the festival in person know that a big feature of the festival is little white plastic buckets and volunteers with sailor hats shaking them around, asking for donations. Sometimes we get really mercenary and send a cute 5-year-old out with the bucket who ends up making more money than anybody else. Someone will put a donation link in the chat momentarily. So, but just a final reminder, This is how we pay our performers. Nearly all of the money that we have goes to them. So all these fantastic people singing in this last hour, throw us a couple of bucks, which we will pass on to them. Thank you. Next up, we're going to go down the American coast to the Carolinas, to Ron and Natalie Days.
Oh, well, thanks so much for the invitation to participate this year. This is our very first year, and we have enjoyed being on the stage, in the room, with such wonderful performers. This last song is not a shanty. I liked the description shanty adjacent. But this is an end of day song. So you can imagine it being sung by workers after they had been in the field, after they had been on the water. It's called Day is Done. Day is done. Day is done. Day is done. I thank God. Day is done. Day is done. Day is done. Day is done. I thank God. Day is done. I worked hard on the sea all day. I thank God. Day is done. But I'm never too tired to pray. I thank God. Day is done. Day is done. Day is done. Day is done. I thank God. Day is done. Here I get to the mountain top. I thank God. Day is done. I praise my God and never stop. I thank God. Day is done. Day is done. Day is done. Day is done. I thank God. Day is
Wow. amazing. Thank you so much. We've got to get you to Portsmouth another year. Thank you so much for participating in this festival. Everyone's enjoyed it. Let's go back up the coast to Connecticut. A lot of Connecticut folks, completely coincidence, I promise, in this festival this year. AJ Wright. What have you got for us, AJ?
Yeah, well, how am I supposed to follow that one? Thank you, everybody. I just wish that I could have cloned myself so I could have heard the other performances that I didn't get to catch. I'm going to be doing a shanty that I don't hear done too often. That could be capstan or windlass or pumps, depending on what source you're looking at. With a really optimistic tune. Oh, the wind it is fine and we're bound out to sea. Heave away, cheer-a-lie-ho. Oh, I haven't sung this one in a long time. The lasses are waving to you and to me as off to the southern we go, as off to the southern we go. So sing me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, away cheer-a-lie-ho. For the gold that we prize and for sunnier skies, away to the southern we go. They're shouting goodbye and the girls they do cry, heave away cheer-a-lie-ho. So sing up me darlings and wipe your tears dry, as off to the southern we go, as off to the southern we go. So sing me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, away cheer-a-lie-ho. For the gold that we prize and for sunnier skies, away to the southern we go. They're crying, come back, my dear John and dear Jack, heave away cheer-a-lie-ho. There's water in front and no door at the back, as off to the southern we go, as off to the southern we go. So sing me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, away cheer-a-lie-ho. For the gold that we prize and for sunnier skies, away to the southern we go. But we're Johnnies bold who can work for our gold, heave away cheer-a-lie-ho, and stand a good dousing without catching cold, as off to the southern we go, as off to the southern we go. So sing me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, away cheer-a-lie-ho. For the gold that we prize and for sunnier skies, away to the southern we go. A Johnny is true to his Sal and his Sue, heave away cheer-a-lie-ho, as long as he's able to keep them in view, as off to the southern we go, as off to the southern we go. So sing me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, away cheer-a-lie-ho. For the gold that we prize and for sunnier skies, away to the southern we go. The gals to the southern are bully and fine, heave away cheer-a-lie-ho. When we gets to Melbourne we'll have a good time, as off to the southern we go, as off to the southern we go. So sing me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, away cheer-a-lie-ho. For the gold that we prize and for sunnier skies, away to the southern we go. So sing me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, me lads cheer-a-lie-heave, away cheer-a-lie-ho. For the gold that we prize and for sunnier skies, away to the southern we go.
Thank you. Keeping with that Connecticut-centric theme, we're going to hybridize a couple of traditions here. At our festival, when we're in person, we typically end with Rolling Home to Old New England and then Bert Lloyd's Seaman's Hymn. But at another festival, they often end with Don Sneddy from my hometown of Bloomfield, Connecticut, followed by Jeff Kaufman. And so we're going to do that, and then we're going to go into the Seaman's Hymn. So take it away, Don, please. Then we're going to go straight into Jeff.
'Tis a rough, tough life of toil and strife we whalemen undergo, and and we don't give a damn when the gales are done, how hard the winds do blow. We're homeward bound, it's a damn fine sound on a good ship, taut and free. And we don't give a damn when we drink our rum with the girls of old Maui. Rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic round, rolling down to old Maui. And now we sail with a northerly gale through the ice and sleet and rain, and them coconut fronds and them tropic lands, oh, we soon shall see again. 6 hellish months have passed away on the cold Kamchatka Sea, and now we're bound from the Arctic rounds, rolling down to old Maui. Rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic grounds, rolling down to old Maui. And we'll heave the lead where old Diamond Head looms up on old Oahu. Oh, our mast and yards are sheathed in ice, and the decks are hid from view. By the horrid ice of them sea-cut tile that deck the Arctic Sea are miles behind, and the frozen wind rolling down to old Maui. Rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic ground, rolling down to old Maui. And now we sail with a favorable gale towards our island home. Oh, our main yacht sprung, all whaling done, and we ain't got far to roam. And the stunsail booms, they are carried away. What care we for that sound? A living gale is after us. Thank God we're homeward bound. Rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic round, rolling down to old Maui. How soft the breeze on the tropic seas, now the ice is far astern, and them native maids in their island glades are awaiting our return, and their big black eyes even now look out, hoping some fine day to see our baggy sails running for a gale, rolling down to old Maui. Rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic grounds, rolling down to old Maui. And now we're anchored in the bay with the Kanaka all around, with chants and sweet aloha-hoys, they greet us homeward bound. And now ashore we'll have great fun, and we'll paint them beaches red, awaken in the arms of an island maid with a big fat aching head, rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic ground, rolling down to old Maui. Rolling down to old Maui, me boys, rolling down to old Maui. We're homeward bound from the Arctic ground, rolling down to old Maui.
The times was hard and the wages low. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. In one more day ashore we'll go, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow. It's time for us to leave her. It was rotten meat and weevily bread. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. And it's pump or drowned, the old man said, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow. It's time for us to leave her. And she would not steer, nor wear, nor stay. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. And she shipped it green both night and day. And it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow. It's time for us to leave her. And now the rats have gone, and we the crew. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. In one more day, why, we'll go too. It's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done done and the winds don't blow. It's time for us to leave her. So it's thanks to this hearty Portsmouth crew. Leave her, Johnny, leave her, for all you did to pull this through. And it's time for us to leave her. We sang these songs we all hold dear. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Let's gather in person again next year. It's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is done and the winds don't blow. It's time for us to leave her.
Wow. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Don, AJ, Ron and Natalie, Jerry, Edith and Bennett, Larry, Linz, and Bounding Maine. Thank you to all our performers. Can we unmute yourselves? Give us one last round of applause for all our performers. Thank you all so much. Okay, please mute yourselves again now.
Lots of mics.
All right. Can we get a blanket mute in place again, please?
Where's the host?
Oh, it might be me. Anyway, please mute yourselves again. Thank you all so much. Thank you to the performers. Thank you to the tech volunteers, to the singers, to the listeners, to the board members, to the advisors, to the previous board who let us keep this thing going. So as is our Portsmouth tradition, one last song. Please sing your harmonies loud enough that I can hear you from Denmark and South Carolina and the West Coast. And I think we lost Australia and the UK. Come all ye bold sailors, wherever you're bound, and always let Nelson's proud memory go round, and pray that the wars and the tumult may cease, for the greatest of gifts is a sweet lasting peace. May the Lord put an end to these cruel old wars, and bring peace and contentment to all our brave tars. Thank you all so much. See you next year in Portsmouth in person. And in between, don't forget our monthly shanty sings, third Saturdays, 3 to 5 p.m. I'm going to stop the stream now, and we can talk freely.
Second Saturdays, isn't it?
Second Saturdays, yes. Thank you, Jeff. I might be a little busy.
Well, thank God you're not treasurer. Your math is terrible.